You may be lying in bed now, listening quietly, letting the weight of your day fall away, like dust drifting into the stillness of night. Imagine the hush of the jungle at twilight, shadows stretching across old stone ruins, and the distant glow of stars above. Tonight, we journey together into one of the most mysterious worlds ever imagined, the Mayan underworld, known as Xibalba, a place not of fear but of sacred meaning, where trials and stories were woven into the fabric of life and death. As you close your eyes, you will hear of ancient lords, quiet rivers, and caves that opened into realms of silence. You will feel the calm pool of timeless stories guiding your thoughts into stillness. Let this be your lantern as we drift into the history, the myths, and the spirit of Xibalba. Chapter 1: The Jungle Vale. Land of the Maya. The Maya world begins in silence. A vast expanse of jungle stretches outward, green upon green, where vines twist like endless threads and trees rise as though holding the sky itself. Beneath their canopy, the air grows heavy, humid, alive with the rhythm of cicadas and the slow drip of water from leaves. In this land, time itself feels softened, as if each moment belongs not to the passing of hours, but to something deeper. A rhythm woven into earth, stone, and sky. The people who thrived here carried that rhythm into their lives. The Maya, builders of cities carved into the very bones of the forest, lived within a landscape where nature and the sacred were never apart. Their temples rose above the canopy like stairways reaching toward the heavens, while deep beneath, hidden in caves and sinkholes, they believed the gateways to the underworld waited dead to speak of the Mayan underworld. Xibalba, one must first feel. This place, the jungle itself, was more than backdrop. It was a veil between worlds. Its shadows concealed rivers. Its caves opened into endless darkness, and its silence was filled with whispers of gods, ancestors, and spirits that lingered just beyond the edges of human sight. When the sun sank behind the trees, the sky above turned to an ocean of stars. The Maya were careful astronomers. They watched the heavens with patience, charting the paths of Venus, the movements of constellations, the rising and setting of the sun. To them, the sky above and the earth below were mirrors, each reflecting the other. The jungle by day and the stars by night both hinted at hidden orders, unseen patterns, and mysteries that shaped the course of life and death. Amid this environment, life was never separate from myth. The Maya did not walk through their cities and fields as ordinary ground. Each path, each stone, each breath of wind carried meaning. Mountains were not just landforms. They were sacred bodies, living and watching. Rivers were not simply water, but flowing veins that tied human life to the underworld. The great cities of the Maya rose gradually from this world. Tikal, Palenque, Calakmul, names that survive even now, were not only centers of politics and trade. They were places where humans could stand at the threshold of the divine. Temples crowned with carvings and inscriptions rose high above the jungle floor. Staircases climbed steeply upward, inviting rulers and priests to move closer to the realm of the gods. At their bases, courtyards stretched wide, echoing with the sound of rituals, chants, and the movement of the sacred ballgame. The jungle, however, was never far. Roots encircled the stones, leaves brushed against carved figures, and time slowly folded the cities back into green silence. Even today, when archaeologists uncover these ruins, they emerge as if the forest has been keeping them in protective sleep. To the Maya, this was not decay. It was the natural cycle, the reminder that stone and soil are one. Temples might crumble, but the spirits remained. Flowing through the forest as quietly as mist in this world, Xibalba took shape in the imagination. It was not an idea born of fear alone. It was part of the balance. The Maya saw the universe as layered, the heavens above, the earth in the middle, and beneath it, the underworld. Xibalba was the deepest layer, a place of challenge and testing, but also of transformation. Caves were the most sacred entrances to this hidden world, across the limestone landscapes of Guatemala and Belize. Caverns cut deep into the earth, their mouths yawning like silent thresholds. For the Maya, to step into such a cave was to step into the bones of creation itself. Darkness swallowed the torchlight, and the air grew cool, damp, echoing. In these spaces, offerings were placed: pottery, jade, even the blood of sacrifice, as gifts for the powers of Xibalba. The jungle above was the living world, but the caves beneath were remembered as the roots of the cosmos. The night sky reinforced these beliefs. When stars moved across the heavens, the Maya mapped them carefully, believing that their movements reflected journeys in the underworld. Eclipses, the dimming of light, and the sudden vanishing of the sun were all moments when Xibalba seemed to brush against the world of the living. This landscape, alive with both life and mystery, shaped every part of Mayan existence. Their calendars were not simple tools of counting time, but sacred cycles tied to planting, harvest, ritual, and the eternal dance between light and darkness. To live among the trees and stars was to live within story, the story of gods who created, destroyed, and created again, of ancestors who walked into caves and rivers, and of spirits who lingered in silence. The Maya people built their homes in clusters, often around central plazas, where families gathered and life unfolded. Yet even the smallest household carried spiritual weight. Hearths were not only for warmth and food. They were echoes of cosmic fires. Each home mirrored the universe, each courtyard a small stage where rituals, prayers, and offerings held meaning. The jungle pressed close, reminding every person that the world of humans was never truly apart from the world of spirits. Travelers moving through the forest carried this awareness with them. Paths connected city to city, but they also crossed sacred landscapes, rivers where offerings were made, hills where ancestors were remembered, caves where rituals could take place. To journey through Maya land was to move through layers of myth and memory. At night, the forest deepened into a near-total darkness. Without firelight, the canopy swallowed vision. Yet the stars above burned clearly, a sharp contrast to the shadowed ground. For the Maya, this was not simply a shift from day to night. It was a reminder that existence itself moved in cycles, from light into shadow, from life into death, from silence into renewal. To understand Xibalba, then, one must linger here, in this veil of jungle, where the living and the hidden worlds touched each other. The Mayan underworld was not a place invented apart from daily life. It was woven into the very soil, rivers, and skies. Every rustle of leaves, every flicker of fire, every shadowed cave spoke of unseen realms. The jungle veil was not a boundary meant to separate. It was a soft curtain allowing glimpses, openings, passages. To pass through it was not always to die. It was to encounter the sacred, to meet what waited beneath the surface of the ordinary. Even now, when one walks through the ruins of Maya cities, the atmosphere carries this weight. Trees lean over pyramids, roots clutch at stone, moss grows thick upon inscriptions. Birds call out, their cries echoing across empty courtyards. The silence feels alive, as if the stories of Xibalba still breathe within the air. The Maya lived surrounded by this silence and sound, by green life and hidden darkness. Their beliefs were not separate from the land, but born of it. To them, the world was whole, each layer, sky, earth, and underworld flowing together. And it was here, in the hush of this vast jungle, that the myths of Xibalba were first told. Around fires at night, in the shadows of temples, at the edges of caves, stories were spoken of trials, of lords who tested the living, of heroes who ventured downward and returned transformed. The jungle veil was both setting and teacher. Reminded the Maya daily that life was fragile, yet part of a larger cycle, that every shadow carried meaning, that every silence was not empty, but waiting. Through this veil, the story of the underworld begins. Chapter 2: Whispers of the Popol Vuh story of the Mayan underworld is carried to us through a single sacred text, fragile and rare, called the Popol Vuh. It has been described as the book of the community, the council book, and the book of the mat. In Mayan tradition, the mat was more than a woven seat. It was the symbol of counsel and unity, the place where decisions were made, where voices came together. To call this sacred writing the book of the mat was to suggest it belonged not to one person, but to the whole people. The Popol Vuh survived against great difficulty. It was first spoken, passed down by memory and voice, long before it was written. For generations, priests and storytellers carried it carefully, word by word, through ceremony and recital. Only after the arrival of the Spanish in the 16th century was it put into writing in Roman script by cage Maya scribes, preserving what might otherwise have vanished under the weight of conquest. The earliest surviving version was later copied by a Dominican friar, Francisco Ximenes. In the early 1700s, his manuscript is still one of the most precious windows into the Maya soul. Within its pages, the Popol Vuh speaks of origins of gods who shaped the world and of the trials of Xibalba. It begins not with humans, but with silence and sky. Before the earth was made, there was only the calm expanse of sea and the endless reach of heaven. There was no sun, no moon, no people, only stillness. The creators, divine beings with names like Heart of Sky and Heart of Earth, stirred within this emptiness, preparing to bring life into being. The first creations were trials, attempts that did not last. Men of mud were shaped, but they dissolved, soft and weak, crumbling when touched by water. Then came men of wood, stronger but hollow, without spirit. They walked, they multiplied, but they had no souls. Their hearts were empty, their words meaningless. They forgot the gods who made them. In response, the world turned against them. Their tools, their houses, even their animals rose in rebellion. The wooden men were destroyed, scattered into trees and monkeys, reminders of failed beginnings. Only later, after long deliberation, did the creators shape men from maize corn, the sacred substance of life itself. Yellow and white kernels were ground, mixed with water, and from this dough flesh was formed. Blood was made from its liquid, strength from its grain. The first true people were born not of dust, but of food, tied forever to the harvests of the earth. For the Maya, this meant that humanity was inseparable from maize. To eat was to participate in creation itself, to live as children of the corn. Yet between these stories of creation lie the shadows of Xibalba, Ka. The Popol Vuh does not only tell how life was made, it also tells how life is tested, how the underworld challenges those who enter its gates. The most famous tale is of the hero twins, Hinop and Xibalba, who journey into Xibalba to face its lords before them. Another pair of twins had also descended, Hun Hanop and Vukub Hanop, their father and uncle. They were invited to play the ball game in Xibalba, but it was a trap. The lords of death tricked them, humiliated them, and finally sacrificed them. Their skulls were hung in a calabash tree, where one skull, that of Hun Hunop, spat into the hand of a maiden. From this unlikely union, the hero twins were conceived, destined to return and finish what their father had begun. The ball game itself was no simple sport. It was ritual, a reenactment of cosmic struggle, played with a rubber ball. It required skill, endurance, and strength, but its meaning ran deeper. The game symbolized the path of the sun across the sky, the battle between day and night, the balance between life and death. To play in Xibalba was to face these eternal forces directly, to stake one's life against the judgment of unseen powers. When Hanop and Xibalba descended into Xibalba, they too were met with trials. They passed through rivers of scorpions and blood, through caverns of bats and darkness. They faced the dreaded houses of the underworld, chambers filled with impossible tests. The house of knives, the house of fire. Unlike their father, the hero twins outwitted the lords. They tricked them, mocked them, and ultimately defeated them. The final triumph came not in violence, but in transformation. The twins allowed themselves to be killed, burned, and their ashes scattered in the river. From the water, they returned, reborn as dancers, magicians, and finally as the sun and the moon. In this way, they not only conquered Xibalba, but reshaped the cosmos. Death became not an end, but a passage into renewal. Through this story, the Popol Vuh weaves together creation and underworld myth into a single vision. Life begins with maize, with nourishment, with the grain that feeds. But it is tested by trials, by darkness, by Xibalba. The heroes who face it do not escape unchanged. They are broken, scattered, and remade. Their journey is the rhythm of existence itself: birth, struggle, death, rebirth. For the Maya, the Popol Vuh was not only history, It was memory and guidance. It explained why humans are bound to corn, why shadows and trials exist, why the sun and moon take their turns in the sky. It was a sacred key to understanding their place in the great. Imagine now the voice of a priest reciting these words in a dimly lit courtyard. The night presses close, the fire burns low, and the stars hang bright above. His words are not only spoken to those who listen, but also to the gods, to the ancestors, to the spirits who stand invisibly at the edge of hearing. Each phrase is a thread, tying the living to the dead, the earth to the sky, the people to the divine. The survival of the Popol Vuh feels almost miraculous. Countless other Mayan texts were destroyed, burned by missionaries who saw them as pagan. The great libraries of bark paper codices were lost to flame. But this one book, carried in memory and later written in the language of the conquerors, endures. It whispers still, reminding us that even in the silence of centuries, stories can outlast empires. The Popol Vuh is not complete in the way a modern history might be. It does not list every god, every date, every ritual. Instead, it flows like a river carrying fragments of creation, fragments of myth, fragments of the underworld, weaving them together into a story that is both fragile and eternal. It is not a book to be read quickly. It is a book to be entered slowly, as though stepping into a cave or gazing upward at stars dot, and through it, the underworld of Xibalba continues to speak. Its lords and trials are not just relics of belief, but symbols of the challenges each soul must face. Its rivers and dark houses remind us of the struggles hidden in every life. Its heroes show that even death can lead to light. The whispers of the Popol Vuh are not loud. They are soft, steady, like a chant remembered across time. They carry the breath of a people who saw life as sacred balance, who found meaning in maze and stars, in silence and in struggle. And as the story settles, one thought lingers, that perhaps every life is shaped in the same rhythm, born of earth, tested in shadow, and carried at last into the quiet glow of renewal. Chapter 3. The gates of Xibalba, Maya looked at the land not only as soil and stone, but as a living surface filled with thresholds. A river was not only water moving toward the sea. A cave was not only a hollow within the earth. The deep well of limestone, filled with still water, was never just a pool. For them, these were openings, silent doorways into Xibalba, the realm beneath, the place where gods of death and trial waited. Caves were perhaps the most sacred of these entrances. across, the Yucatan and Guatemala. Vast networks of limestone. Caverns stretch beneath the forests. To step into such a space is to feel air change, to sense light dim, to hear one's voice echo. To the Maya, this change was no coincidence. It was a marker, a passage from the known world into the uncertain realm of spirits. Many caves hold evidence of ancient offerings, broken pottery, carved altars, even bones. The people entered these chambers with reverence, believing that their gifts reached powers beyond human reach. Rivers, too, carried a meaning deeper than their surface flow. They were veins of the earth, channels that seemed to move between layers of existence. Stories, the hero twins, must cross rivers of blood and rivers of pus on their way into Xibalba. These rivers are described as barriers, natural obstacles that the living cannot casually pass. Yet, real rivers in the Maya lands were treated with the same respect. Their constant motion was like a whisper of the underworld, reminding one of the flow of life and death. Standing at the edge of a river, one could imagine it as both pathway and defense, both barrier and guide. The cenotes, perhaps more than anything else, were seen as true gates. The Yucatan Peninsula holds thousands of these sinkholes, where the limestone ground collapsed to reveal hidden water beneath. For the Maya, they were not accidents of geology. They were eyes of the earth. Some cenotes were used for daily water, but others were kept apart as sacred. At Chichen Itza, the sacred cenote still holds traces of offerings, jade beads, gold ornaments, incense, and human remains. To cast something into its waters was to let it slip into Xibalba, into the waiting hands of the gods. The dark surface reflected the sky, yet it opened downward. A mirror of the heavens turned into a descent. Imagine for a moment standing at the mouth of a cave, torchlight flickering on the rock, or staring into a cenote, the surface unmoving, depth concealed. You begin to feel why these places carried meaning. They were not symbols only, they were experiences. The body feels the cool air, the silence, the stillness. The heart slows. The mind recognizes something beyond human shaping. The Maya understood this instinct and placed it at the center of their cosmology. In the Popol Vuh, the lords of Xibalba sit far below, waiting for those who dare to enter. Yet access is never simple. One must cross rivers, pass tests, and walk through thresholds. These trials echo the geography of the Maya world itself. Caves twist into darkness. Rivers cut through the land. Cenotes drop suddenly, pulling sight into shadow. The physical environment became the mythic one, so that every landscape held both a surface meaning and a spiritual reflection. Scholars note that many Mayan ceremonial centers are built near such features. Temples rise above caves. Ball courts stand close to cenotes. The positioning was not random. Ritual spaces were aligned with the belief in portals. Sacrifice, prayer, and offerings were conducted where the living world touched the unseen one. In this way, the community lived with a constant sense that their villages and cities stood beside doorways into Xibalba dot to the modern visitor. A cenote may seem a place of beauty, a swimming pool carved by time. Yet to step into the water, to feel its chill, is to sense something older. Each drop into the depth was a surrender, a recognition that the earth received what was given, and in return, the gods of Xibalba might grant rain, fertility, or healing. The entrances were not always feared. They were honored to pass close. To them was to be reminded of one's fragility, but also of one's place in a greater cycle. The people knew that death was not the end, and that these thresholds were not walls, but transitions. The gates of Xibalba were not prisons to be dreaded, but pathways to be respected. Think of how a river carries water endlessly forward, never stopping, never keeping what it holds. Think of how a cave draws sound into its belly, holding echoes until they fade. Think of how a cenote reflects light at the surface while holding shadow beneath. These natural signs spoke to the Maya as living teachings. They revealed that life always carries depth beneath its surface, that what we see is only part of what exists. At night, the stars stretched across the sky, vast and cold. Below, the cenotes and caves opened into darkness. For the Maya, the universe was layered above and below, mirrored and endless. Every threshold reminded them that human life moves within these layers, passing through stages as rivers pass through valleys. To stand before the gate of Xibalba was not to face only fear. It was to feel the boundary between seen and unseen, between breath and silence. And in that boundary, the Maya placed offerings, prayers, and stories, so that the gates would remain open, so that the world above and the world below would continue their dialogue. And as you picture these thresholds, rivers flowing, caves descending, cenotes opening, you may sense the same quiet awareness that everywhere around us are passages, subtle and silent, some open in earth and stone, a tone within us. Each one whispers of depth, of movement, of the journey that continues unseen. Chapter 4. The Lords of Xibalbane, the Maya vision of the cosmos. The underworld is not empty. It is not a silent cavern waiting for souls to pass through. tied to suffering, decay, and the inevitability of mortality. The Popol Vuh. The sacred Maya text describes the hierarchy of Xibalba. At its center stand the rulers, known collectively as the Lords of Xibalba. They are not demons, in the modern sense, nor gods of chaos alone. They are custodians of death, keepers of balance, and reflections of the harsh realities that shaped Maya life. The council begins with two primary rulers, one death and seven death. These are the highest lords, seated at the head of the Underworld's assembly. Their names carry a chilling simplicity. They are not hidden behind metaphor, but direct reminders that death arrives once and yet shadows all. One death signifies the certainty, the final moment. Seven deaths suggests multiplicity, the spread of suffering, the countless ways that mortality makes itself known. Together, they represent the dual face of the underworld, the final event and the ongoing presence. The Maya did not see death as only the end, but as a continual force woven into crops, sickness, storms, and decay. These two lords preside as kings, but they rule alongside 10 others, each embodying a specific torment or trial. There is blood gatherer and blood drinker. Their names reveal a focus on sacrifice and loss. In the Maya world, blood is life, is the essence offered to gods, the currency of cosmic balance. These lords embody the draining of that life, the way blood leaves the body in injury or ritual. They remind the living of fragility, that the very fluid, sustaining breath can be taken, spilled, and consumed by forces beyond control. There is pus master and jaundice master. These are the lords of disease, the slow corruption of the body. Their presence in the pantheon speaks to the Maya awareness of illness, the unseen forces that waste away flesh and spirit. Pus and jaundice are not abstract. They are visible signs of decline. For the Maya, they were not only symptoms, but manifestations of divine judgment. Trials given by the rulers of Xibalba. There is bone staff and skull staff. These lords embody the skeletal remains left when life has passed. They are reminders that all flesh dissolves, leaving only structure behind. To the Maya, bones were not meaningless remains. They were sacred, often kept, honored, and even used in rituals. Bone staff and skull staff symbolize both the inevitability of reduction to skeleton and the lingering power of what endures after the living form is gone. Then there are lords who govern human suffering in daily life. There is Lord of Poverty, who governs the emptiness of hunger and the struggles of survival. For a society dependent on maize, harvest cycles, and the generosity of rains, Kesa, poverty was not only material, but spiritual, a lack of connection to the sustaining gifts of the gods. The Lord of Poverty ensures that want and need are woven into human existence, balancing abundance with deprivation. There is Lord of Cold, tied to the harsh winds, the chill of exposure, the vulnerability of flesh against the elements. In the tropical Maya lowlands, cold carried symbolic weight more than climatic reality. It was a metaphor for suffering, for the absence of warmth and life. The Lord of Cold embodies alienation, a reminder that the human body can be estranged from the sustaining embrace of heat and fire. Another is Lord of Darkness, who rules over the absence of light. In the caves and cenotes where rituals unfolded, darkness was not mere absence. It was thick, pressing, alive with spirits. The Lord of Darkness embodies fear of the unseen, the uncertainty of steps taken where vision fails. He is a reminder that beyond the reach of firelight, other powers rule. There is Lord of Sudden Death, who governs the unpredicted end, the fall, the accident, the strike of fate without warning. For a people surrounded by forests, rivers, jaguars, and the risks of daily labor, sudden death was not rare. War, it was a constant possibility. This Lord represents fragility, the way life can end without preparation, without farewell, without ritual. Together, these 12 form the pantheon of Xibalba's rulers. They are not distant gods ruling from abstraction, but mirrors of lived experience. Their names map directly onto the trials of human existence: illness, hunger, exposure, fear, and inevitability. For the Maya, to name them was not superstition, but recognition. To personify these forces was to bring order to suffering, to understand death not as chaos, but as structured, governed, and purposeful. The lords of Xibalba preside over trials faced by mortals, but they also play roles in the great myths. When the hero twins, Hunop and Xibalunk, descend into the underworld, it is these lords who test them. The trials are not random games. They are extensions of what these rulers embody. A ballgame court becomes a site of life and death because sport itself is tied to cosmic struggle. Houses of suffering, the house of darkness, the house of cold, the house of jaguars, are extensions of the Lord's domains. The twins face them not as obstacles alone, but as personifications of the struggles every mortal must endure. To the Maya, the underworld is not evil, but necessary. These lords are not punishers in a moral sense, but stewards of balance. Without sickness, health cannot be valued. Without poverty, abundance loses meaning. Without sudden death, the preciousness of each moment fades. In naming these lords, the Maya acknowledged what cannot be escaped, weaving human suffering into the sacred fabric of the cosmos. You imagine, for a moment, their court, a vast hall within the earth, lit not by flame, but by a dim, otherworldly glow. The 12 lords sit in assembly, each with the weight of their domain upon them. They do not rage or shout. They watch. They preside. Their silence is heavier than speech. Their presence a reminder that every path, every ritual, every offering eventually comes before them. For those who lived within Maya cities, these lords were not distant figures of myth, but present in daily life. A child sick with fever, a field struck by blight, a family left without food. These were not random events. They were encounters with the lords of Xibalba, trials set upon the path of the living, rituals, offerings, and prayers sought to ease their grip, to turn their gaze aside, or to earn balance in return. The Maya did not imagine existence as a struggle against these powers, but as a navigation through them. The lords of Xibalba ruled the inevitable. Yet even inevitability could be met with preparation, ritual, and courage. By naming them, by placing them in myth, the Maya gave shape to suffering, allowing mortals to endure it with dignity and meaning. And so the underworld is not only darkness, but a council chamber where the rulers of pain and death hold their eternal place. They are both terrifying and necessary, guardians of balance who ensure that life, in all its beauty, carries weight, and when one speaks of death in the Maya world, it is not only of silence or rest, but of meeting them, one death and 7 deaths seated at the head of the court. The others arrayed like shadows, each carrying the truth of what mortals cannot escape. To reflect upon them is to reflect on fragility, and to sense how, even now, the old lords of Xibalba wait in the quiet spaces, in illness, in hunger, in cold, in darkness, reminding us of the balance that life requires, and the limits it cannot surpass. The underworld breathes through their presence, steady and inescapable. And in that presence, there lingers a question when the path descends. Which of the lords will rise first to meet you? Chapter 5. Silent trials and sacred tests in the ancient Mayan vision of death. Xibalba is never a passive place. It is not a silent resting ground where spirits simply wait for eternity. Instead, it is a realm of passage where the soul is, weighed not in numbers, but in experiences, in tests, and in moments of silence that reveal what lies within. The lords of Xibalba are not content with mere judgment. They demand participation. Every soul must move through their halls, and every traveler must prove themselves. The Popol Vuh, the sacred narrative of the Keshmaya tells us of these journeys, not as punishments, but as trials, paths that reveal strength, weakness, clarity, or confusion. The most famous among these trials are those faced by the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xibalba. Yet, the myths suggest these ordeals were not only for gods or demigods, but reflected what all spirits could encounter in their descent. Each trial is both a challenge and a mirror, a landscape of the underworld shaped to test the soul's inner balance. The journey begins with rivers. A soul must first cross waters that are not gentle or clear, but filled with unsettling substance. One river flows with blood, another with pus. To stand at their edge is to feel unease, to know that what must be crossed is not only physical, but symbolic. And vitality becomes a current that pulls the traveler into recognition of mortality. Pus, a sign of infection, of what is spoiled or corrupted, forces the soul to confront impurity, the shadows of one's own being. To move forward is to accept that life carries both vitality and decay, both strength and its inevitable decline. Beyond the river's weight, the houses. Each house is more than a chamber. It is an atmosphere, an entire world condensed into a trial. The first is the house of darkness. Here, no torch burns, no light flickers, no outline can be seen. To enter is to lose all sense of direction, to feel the uncertainty of a path when no guide is present. This trial asks, how does one move forward when there is no vision, no certainty? It is a test of patience, of inner clarity, of the ability to hold stillness even when surrounded by void. The next is the house of cold. Its walls are frozen. Its breath is biting. Those who pass through must endure not only the chill of air, but the deep loneliness that coldness suggests. To feel the sting of frost against the spirit is to be reminded of separation, of isolation, of the brittle nature of life when warmth is absent. The trial is not in surviving temperature, but in surviving the feeling of being left apart, untouched, unconnected. Then comes the house of jaguars. Here, one does not face silence or void, but the presence of sharp teeth glowing, eyes and restless hunger. The jaguar is not merely a predator. In Maya belief, it is a creature of night and power, a ruler of the unseen. To walk this house is to confront danger, to stand before forces that cannot be reasoned with. Yet, it is also a chance to recognize courage, the ability to step forward despite the nearness of threat. The house of bats follows. In this chamber, the night is alive with wings and cries, with piercing sounds that echo through the air. Bats, in Mayan tradition, are linked to death and transformation. Creatures who move between realms, who live in caves, the wombs of the earth. Here, the soul faces the disorienting flutter of countless wings, the reminder that death is not silence, but movement, change, a passage into something new. Finally, the House of Knives. Blades glimmer in the shadows, moving as if alive, cutting across the chamber with restless motion. This is the test of mortality itself, the recognition that life is always near sharpness, that every step carries risk. To survive is not to stop the knives, but to walk with awareness, to honor the fragility of existence without succumbing to fear. These trials, as terrifying as they may sound, are not stories of cruelty. They are mirrors. Each house is a reflection of human experience, distilled into its rawest form. Darkness is uncertainty. Cold is loneliness. Jaguars are danger and courage. Bats are transformation. Knives are mortality. The rivers are vitality and decay. Together, they form a complete circle of life's essential experiences. For the Maya, passing through Xibalba is not only about endurance, it is about recognition. To face these trials is to acknowledge the totality of existence, the light and the shadow, the warmth and the cold, the vitality and the corruption. A soul that can move through these spaces learns balance, and balance, in Mayan thought, is what keeps the world whole. When the hero twins endured these trials, they did not rely only on strength. They used wisdom, cleverness, patience. They found light in darkness, warmth in coldness, and courage in the presence of predators. In their survival, they revealed what the trials were meant to teach: that to be whole, one must embrace not only what uplifts, but also what unsettles. For a listener tonight, this vision of Xibalba can feel distant, yet strangely close. May not cross rivers of blood, but you know what it is to face the flow of life and its burdens. You may not step into a house of knives, but you know the sharp edge of vulnerability, the awareness that life is fragile. In this way, the ancient trials are not locked in myth. They are alive in every season of human experience. To think of Xibalba's trials is not to imagine punishment. It is to remember that every soul carries rivers, houses, and challenges within. The darkness is within. The cold is within. The jaguar, too. And so is the strength to cross, to move, to endure. The Maya understood this deeply. They shaped their stories not as distant legends, but as guides. And in that understanding, the soul finds quiet, because the trials are not meant to break you. They are meant to reveal you, and in the stillness of night, you may begin to wonder. If you, too, are walking through one of these houses now. Chapter 6. The House of Darkness. The House of Darkness is not lit by flame, nor by sun, nor even by the faintest echo of a moon. It is spoken of in the Popol Vuh, the sacred text of the Maya, as one of the chambers where the lords of Xibalba tested all who entered. Those who stepped across its threshold found themselves in a place where vision failed, where silence pressed as heavily as stone, and where the soul's strength was measured not by action but by endurance. Darkness in Xibalba is not a simple absence. It is a presence of its own, thick and unyielding, a realm where time loses shape. The Maya understood that when a person is deprived of light, the world outside disappears, and only the world within remains. In this chamber, travelers were left to face not monsters or rivers, but themselves. For the ancient Maya, this test held profound meaning. They lived in a world where the cycles of sun and shadow defined every rhythm: planting, harvest, the turn of the year. To be cast into eternal night was not merely frightening. It symbolized the unraveling of order itself. Crops could not grow without sunlight. Paths could not be walked without the dawn. And so, the House of Darkness was both a trial of spirit and a reminder of life's fragile balance. The myths describe how even the hero twins, Unop, were forced to endure its silence. Within this chamber, no torch could be lit, no fire could be kept alive. The walls swallowed every spark, reminding the living that light cannot always be willed into existence. It must be carried within, steady and unwavering, when the outer world offers none. Imagine the silence of such a place. No bird call, no rustle of leaves, no trickle of water. Only the soft sound of one's own breath. The Maya believed that in such stillness, illusions fall away. Without sight, a soul cannot be distracted by form. Without sound, it cannot be lulled by comfort. In that absence, one confronts the weight of being. The test was not meant only to frighten. It was a mirror of the inner struggle faced in every human life. Darkness waits in the hidden corners of the mind. Doubts, grief, fears left unspoken. To pass through the House of Darkness was to face these inner shadows without fleeing. It demanded calmness, endurance, and trust that light, though absent, would return. Scholars note that the Popol Vuh does not describe great battles here. The danger is subtler. The chamber unmakes the senses, pressing the visitor to rely not on sight, but on memory and belief. One imagines the walls smooth and cold, the ground unmarked, offering no path to follow. The lesson lay in accepting disorientation. Not fighting it, in a way, the House of Darkness echoes the caves that the Maya entered for rituals. Many caves stretched deep underground where no daylight reached. Their offerings of blood, incense, and jade were made. Caves were seen as wombs of the earth, portals between worlds. To step into darkness was to step closer to the divine, too. What lay beyond human vision? The silence, too, had meaning. For a culture rich in music, in the rhythms of drums and flutes, silence carried weight. It was a pause that held power, a reminder that even absence speaks. Within Xibalba, silence was not emptiness. It was the voice of the underworld itself. You begin to sense why this chamber mattered. It was feared, yes, but it also offered insight. The Maya knew that when darkness surrounds you, when silence strips away distraction, what remains is the essence of the self. Strength is not measured by torchlight or sound. It is measured by the steady endurance of the soul when nothing else can guide it. The hero twins, cunning and resilient, did not perish here. Instead, they learned from its silence. They recognized that the darkness was not meant to be conquered. It was to be endured, respected, and carried as part of the journey. In their survival, they revealed a truth that shadows are not enemies, but companions in the search for balance. This understanding resonates beyond myth. Darkness is inevitable. Every life faces nights without stars, hours when the path seems erased. The Maya framed this as part of the soul's testing, a stage where meaning is not found in what is present, but in what is withheld to stand. In such a place is to discover what cannot be taken away. In this way, the House of Darkness is not a chamber of despair, but of initiation. It strips away illusion, teaching that light has no meaning unless one has known its absence. The silence is not void, but a threshold, asking each traveler, what remains of you when all else is gone? The answer is never given outright. It lingers like a breath in the hollow air, like a whisper lost in endless night. The ancient storytellers did not exaggerate when they spoke of this place. The House of Darkness was not filled with demons, traps, or storms. Its terror came from what it denied. Light was life to the Maya. Without it, maize withered, pathways vanished, and the great cosmic order trembled. To step into this chamber was to feel, at once, cut off from creation itself. Archaeologists studying Maya cave rituals have noted how offerings were often placed in the deepest recesses, where not a single ray of daylight reached. They found pottery left in utter blackness, shards carefully arranged, as if to honor the silence. In such places, the air is thick and still, every movement amplified in the mind. To enter willingly was to practice the same confrontation that the house of darkness demanded, to sit with what cannot be seen, the hero twins. Story teaches that cleverness alone could not light the chamber. No trick, no device could conquer it. Their survival was not born of conquest, but of endurance. They allowed themselves to wait. They let the darkness press in without yielding to panic. This lesson reflects a truth recognized by many traditions. There are moments when the only strength is patience, when action is silence, and victory is found in stillness. In Maya cosmology, the underworld was not simply a place of punishment. It was part of a cycle. Life, death, and rebirth were bound together. Maize, the sacred crop, was planted in the earth, in darkness, before it rose toward the sun. Without burial in shadow, there could be no harvest. In this way, the house of darkness symbolized not only fear, but transformation. It was the soil before the seedling, the night before the dawn. Consider how silence alters the mind. At first, it unsettles. The absence of sound sharpens the ear, and every small movement feels immense. Over time, though, silence turns inward. Thoughts grow louder. Memories resurface. In the house of darkness, the trial was not against external enemies, but against one's own restless spirit. To endure was to confront every doubt, every fear, without distraction or escape. This test resonates across cultures. In Greek myth, heroes faced labyrinths. In Egyptian tradition, the soul stood before the weighing of the heart. In Buddhist meditation, silence is the ground from which wisdom grows. For the Maya, the house of darkness fulfilled this role, a crucible of emptiness that refined the soul through absence. You imagine standing there, your hands stretched forward but touching nothing, your ears straining for sound that never arrives. At first, the mind resists, searching for anchor points. Then, slowly, something shifts. The darkness becomes less of an enemy, more of a mirror. The silence does not erase you. This understanding changes how one views the myth. The chamber is not cruelty for its own sake. It is a teaching carved into story. Even in the depths of Xibalba, wisdom is hidden within hardship. The lords of the underworld did not only punish, they taught. And the lesson of the House of Darkness is that endurance creates clarity, that strength, when stripped of sight and sound, becomes something quiet, steady, and unbreakable. When archaeologists walk through caves today, they often describe the experience as overwhelming. Without torches, the darkness is absolute. A person cannot see their own hand even an inch before the face. Breathing feels louder, heartbeat more present. In this state, one begins to understand what the Maya recorded. It is not fanciful terror. It is the lived truth of being cut off from the senses, where the world dissolves and only the self remains. The Popol Vuh, in its rhythm, does not linger on this chamber. Yet its silence between the lines speaks volumes. Not every trial is loud or violent. Some are quiet, barely described, because their weight lies not in spectacle, but in the endurance they demand. The House of Darkness was one of these. Its meaning grew larger precisely because it was left in shadow. In the imagination of the Maya, shadows were not mere absence. They were the other half of being. Just as day is not whole without night, life is not complete without death. To face the House of Darkness was to step into this other half willingly, to learn that absence itself can shape meaning. Chapter 7. The House of Knives. The story of the hero twins moves onward, deeper into the layered heart of Xibalba. Here, the next chamber awaits. It is known as the House of Knives. The Maya described it simply: a place filled with blades that moved on their own, sharp points glinting in darkness, edges whirling as if alive. No hand held them, yet they spun and struck. To step inside was to enter a storm of sharpened stone and obsidian. This was not merely a room of danger. It was a chamber of transformation. Knives held a special meaning for the Maya. They were not only tools of war or sacrifice, but sacred instruments. In daily life, blades cut maize from its stalk, carving sustenance from the earth. In ritual, obsidian knives opened the body to release blood, the most precious offering, the essence of life itself. A blade could take away, but it could also give. In their sharpness lay a duality: destruction and renewal, death and rebirth, fear and sacred purpose. Archaeologists uncovering Maya altars often find obsidian fragments scattered like offerings. Some are broken, their edges dulled from use. Others remain razor thin, still capable of cutting after centuries in the ground. Each fragment is a witness, a silent reminder that sharpness was not feared as chaos, but revered as part of the sacred order. The House of Knives draws on this reverence, turning what is usually controlled by human hand into an independent, living force. Imagine standing in such a chamber. All around, blades shift and twist, each motion unpredictable. The air hums with their passing. You cannot reason with them. You cannot seize them. You must learn to move differently, not with defiance, but with awareness. Every step becomes a meditation, every breath a choice. For the hero twins, this trial was not about fighting the blades. To resist would mean certain harm. Instead, the story suggests cunning, patience, and respect. In some versions, they command the knives to still themselves. In others, they find allies among the blades, treating them not as enemies, but as sacred beings. However told, the lesson is the same. Sharpness does not always demand opposition. Sometimes, survival comes by honoring what seems hostile, by acknowledging the power it holds. This chamber reflects a wider truth in Maya thought. Sharpness was a path to the divine. In bloodletting rituals, rulers and priests drew blades across their skin, allowing drops to fall as offerings to the gods. Pain was not sought for cruelty's sake, but as a bridge between the human and the divine. The House of Knives magnifies this idea, placing the soul in the midst of countless edges, forcing it to face the essence of pain, sacrifice, and surrender. In quiet reflection, you begin to feel what the chamber symbolizes. Life itself is edged. Every choice, every path carries the sharpness of change. To grow is to be cut away from the past. To love is to risk the wound of loss. To sacrifice is to part with what is most precious. They gave it shape, a chamber of knives, where transformation could no longer be avoided. Archaeological studies of obsidian tell us more. These volcanic stones were prized above all others, traded across vast distances. To hold obsidian was to hold a piece of fire cooled into glass. Its edges, sharper than steel, could pierce skin with ease. In the Maya imagination, such material was not merely practical, it was alive, born from the earth's fire, carrying a divine spark. In the House of Knives, the presence of obsidian magnifies the trial. The blades are not random objects. They are the very bones of the earth, turned into a storm of motion. The chamber also holds a deeper rhythm, just as maize must be cut to feed, just as skin must be opened to sacrifice. The soul must pass through pain to grow. The House of Knives becomes a place where the inevitability of suffering is acknowledged, and where the courage to face it is tested. One can imagine how the Maya viewed this trial in their own lives. Every harvest required cutting the stalk. Every offering required a blade. Every transformation required some part of the self to be shed. The hero twins step into this truth, carrying the lesson not for themselves alone, but for all who would hear the tale. In the story, they pass the chamber unharmed. Yet, what matters is not merely their survival, but the wisdom gained. They show that sharpness can be met not with fear, but with respect. They remind that transformation does not always Come gently. It often arrives with an edge. Other traditions echo this theme. In Hindu ritual, the goddess Kali holds blades that cut through illusion. In Christian thought, the sword of the Spirit divides truth from falsehood. In Buddhist teaching, wisdom itself is likened to a sword that severs ignorance across cultures. Sharpness is rarely only destruction. It is clarity, precision, a force that reveals what must remain and what must fall away. The Maya's house of knives belongs to this lineage of sacred edges, and so the chamber lingers in thought, not as a place of terror, but as a mirror. To walk among blades is to face the fragility of the body, the swiftness with which life can be altered. Yet, it is also to face the possibility of shedding what no longer serves, of stepping forward lighter, cut free from burden. You imagine moving slowly, feeling the rush of air as edges pass near. Each step teaches patience. Each breath teaches reverence. The knives are no longer only threats. They are teachers, each one whispering of change. In the stillness after, the chamber stands as a symbol of transformation. It shows that life cuts, yet through each cut, something new is made possible. The hero twins move forward, not wounded, but awakened. And in their story, the House of Knives remains a place where sharpness becomes sacred, and where endurance is refined into wisdom. Chapter 8. The House of Cold. The passage into the next chamber is not marked by firelight, nor by the red glow of burning torches, but by silence and the invisible breath of air. The walls narrow, and with each step, the warmth of the body begins to slip away. The Mayas spoke of this place as the House of Cold, a trial chamber of wind, frost, and endless chill. Here, the test was not made of cutting stone or violent beasts, but of endurance against the sharp bite of nature itself. Cold was more than temperature to the ancient mind. It was the stripping away of comfort. It was the feeling of the world turned against the body, air that does not soothe, but steals. To be surrounded by freezing wind was to face the purest form of vulnerability, a reminder that human strength is small when nature withdraws its warmth. In the Popol Vuh, this chamber was described not as a prison, but as a crucible. Those who entered were exposed not just to wind and frost, but to a deeper truth that suffering could carve the path to transformation. The Maya understood extremes as teachers. Just as fire purifies by consuming, cold reshapes by reducing. The loss of warmth reminded one of the fragility of flesh. The trembling body became an image of impermanence. In this chamber, death did not need to strike with claws or teeth. It could arrive quietly by breath stolen, by warmth drained. And yet, in the stillness of that suffering, there was the possibility of insight. To survive the house of cold was to carry within oneself a wisdom sharpened by endurance. You imagine what it must have felt like, breath rising as mist, each exhale thinning into the chamber's darkness, the body curling inward, instinctively trying to preserve its own flame, the teeth chattering not only from cold, but from the realization that here no fire is offered, no blanket of earth, no shield of kin. Only the spirit itself is asked to carry you through. The winds in Mayan thought were not nameless. Each direction carried its own breath, its own force. The east wind brought beginnings, the west carried endings. The north whispered of coldness and stillness, and the south carried fertility and heat. In the house of cold, these winds were turned into tormentors. They whirled without pattern, entering from unseen cracks, spiraling in sudden gusts. The one who faced them was not simply in a frozen room, but in the center of elemental disorientation. The trial was not only physical, but symbolic. Could a soul remain steady when all directions pressed upon it at once? Cold was often linked with death in Mesoamerican thought. Bodies left without the fires of the hearth grew stiff. Graves dug into the earth were dark and cool. A return to the still chambers of stone. To face the house of cold was to enter the atmosphere of the tomb while still alive. It was to taste what the bones would one day know. Yet the Maya also held that through such nearness to death, one might discover life more fully in daily life. The cold winds were feared, but also respected. Highland communities in Guatemala endured sharp mountain breezes and the sudden drop in temperature after sunset. They learned to see cold as a boundary, the border between the human hearth and the wider wilderness. Crossing that line meant surrendering protection. The house of cold made that boundary inescapable. One could not build a fire here, nor hide from the wind. The chamber demanded exposure, an enforced acceptance of raw reality. The gods who presided over wind and storm were not gentle. Huracan, whose very name gave birth to our word for hurricane, was known as the heart of sky. His breath could flatten forests, stir oceans, and bring rains that both nourished and destroyed. In the chamber of cold, echoes of Huracan's power were felt, but not as storm. Instead, as the quiet cruelty of unrelenting chill. The absence of warmth was itself a divine presence. Suffering in this chamber was not without purpose. For the Maya, pain was a form of offering. Just as blood was drawn to feed the gods, the trembling endured in the house of cold was a symbolic gift. Endurance became a prayer without words, a sacrifice carried in breath and bone. Those who emerged were marked not by scars on the skin, but by an inward knowledge that the soul can outlast the body's deepest shivering. Imagine the silence here, broken only by the restless whisper of wind. Each gust feels like a hand brushing across the skin, stealing a little more heat. The body grows heavy, yet the mind grows strangely awake. Cold sharpens attention. It makes each heartbeat louder, each exhale a fragile thread between being and fading. In such a place, thought itself becomes a source of warmth. Memory, faith, and inner fire must be called upon. Without them, the chamber consumes. Cold was also a teacher of humility. Fire could be made by human hands. Water could be channeled. Even stone could be cut. But wind and frost belonged to the gods alone. No mortal could command them to stand. In the house of cold was to acknowledge power beyond control. It was to admit that life itself depended on forces unseen, and that survival required more than strength, required surrender, patience, and spirit in Mayan cosmology. Extremes were often doorways. To suffer hunger was to discover gratitude. For food, to face darkness was to awaken to light. To endure cold was to uncover the hidden warmth of the heart. The house of cold, then, was not meant to destroy, but to reduce. To strip away the excess until only the essential remained. That essence was the soul itself, tested and refined. Some spoke of the winds here as whispers of the ancestors. Chilling gust, like a voice reminding the living of those who had passed into the underworld. The cold pressed against the skin as if to say, "This, too, awaits you." Yet, within the same breath, came another meaning, that the boundary between living and dead was thin, that the ancestors were near, not gone. The trial chamber became not only a place of torment, but of encounter. As the trial lengthened, the winds no longer felt external. They seemed to seep into the bones, to twist within the chest. The self became both vessel and battlefield. Yet, even here, there was transformation. For those who could endure long enough, numbness set in not as defeat, but as a shift. Pain dissolved into a strange calm. The body weakened, but the spirit awakened to a quiet clarity. The Maya understood this shift. They believed that suffering, carried to its edge, could open into vision. That on the border between breaking and surviving, the soul glimpsed truths hidden from ordinary life. The house of cold was designed for this threshold. Its winds did not only wound, they opened. They asked, not only can you endure, also, what will you discover if you do? And so the chamber stood, not simply as a hall of punishment, but as a mirror of existence. To live is to face seasons of warmth and seasons of chill. To breathe is to feel comfort and to feel loss. The House of Cold condensed all of this into a single trial. Whoever passed through it was no longer the same. They carried a deeper awareness of fragility, of endurance, of the unseen fire that can survive even when the air grows bitter, and as the chamber's winds continue to circle. One is left with a final thought. If cold can strip away, it can also reveal. If suffering can consume, it can also teach. What is left when all warmth is taken? Only the quiet strength of spirit, waiting, trembling, yet still alive. Chapter 9. The House of Jaguars, the next chamber in the Mayan vision of Xibalba, is one of silence. Yet, it is not empty. It is the House of Jaguars. Here, the air does not bite with frost, nor swirl with blinding smoke. Instead, it holds the tense quiet of watching eyes. All around, in the shadows, the great cats wait. They do not move. And yet, their presence fills the space. The jaguar is one of the most sacred beings in Mesoamerican thought. Among the Maya, it is not merely an animal of the forest. It is a messenger, a threshold guardian, a creature that can slip between worlds. Its spotted coat carries the patterns of night, and its eyes are said to pierce the darkness where human sight fails. To the Maya, this was the companion of kings, the emblem of warriors, and the sign of divine power rooted in the earth itself, in carvings and painted codices. Jaguars appear beside lords, seated on thrones or stalking the edges of plonked edges, the underworld. They represent the balance between light and shadow. The sun, in its nightly descent, is thought to take on jaguar form as it travels through the underworld, prowling against the forces of chaos before returning at dawn. Thus, the jaguar embodies both death and renewal, terror and protection. Inside this chamber, the silent cats are not simply beasts waiting to attack. They are trials embodied, the very test of courage and stillness. One enters this house knowing that any sudden movement may provoke their fury. Yet hesitation, too, can be fatal. The challenge here is one of presence. To survive, one must neither cower nor boast, but stand with a heart steady enough to be recognized by these watchful guardians. The Maya saw in the jaguar a power to move between realms of day and night, right? Life and death. It walked the dense jungles of the earth, but also roamed in dreams and visions. Its roar echoed through both physical and spiritual landscapes. To face it was to face a threshold between states of being. The House of Jaguars, then, was not only a place of danger, but of passage in Mayan spiritual practice. Jaguars are tied closely to shamanic transformation. A priest entering trance was sometimes described as taking on the form of a jaguar, his spirit leaving the body and slipping into unseen dimensions. An ability to move silently through the night gave it the qualities needed to cross into hidden worlds. The chamber filled with them reflects this idea. An initiate here must confront not just animals, but the raw essence of spiritual guardianship. You imagine standing in such a room, the ground beneath your feet cool and uneven, the silence heavy. The jaguars do not move, yet you feel the weight of their gaze, steady and unyielding. They know if fear pulses too sharply in your chest. They know if your will falters. There is no trick to escape them, no hidden exit. The only path is through balance to become calm enough that they sense no threat, yet firm enough that they see you are not prey. To the Maya, this balance was not metaphorical. It was essential for rulers, priests, and warriors alike. The jaguar's qualities were sewn into the fabric of leadership and legitimacy. Many kings took names that invoked the jaguar, aligning themselves with its authority and fearsome grace. Temples bear carvings of jaguar faces, their fangs and eyes staring out at those who entered. These images remind worshippers that power is never free, but always guarded by the need for inner control. The chamber also carries echoes of night. Jaguars are nocturnal, hunting when others rest. In the deep darkness, their senses sharpen and they become nearly invisible. For the Maya, night was the realm of the unseen, the domain of ancestors, spirits, and gods. To be surrounded by jaguars in this house is to be surrounded by the very essence of night, sharpened into form. One must endure this night without panic, and in doing so, align with the deep rhythm of the cosmos in myth. Jaguars sometimes appear as devourers, consuming the careless, punishing the unprepared. But in equal measure, they stand as protectors. They guard temples, they guide the souls of the dead. They accompany the sun in its hidden hours. This dual role makes them both fearsome and sacred. Inside the house of jaguars, one stands at that exact point of duality. The initiate is asked, will you be consumed by fear, or will you step into guardianship yourself? Some Mayan accounts suggest that endurance within such trials transformed suffering into wisdom. Just as the freezing winds of the house of cold taught resilience, here the presence of jaguars teaches the necessity of courage balanced with humility. The cats do not test with noise or attack. They test with silence, with the sheer density of presence. To survive this house is to learn that not all thresholds roar, Some wait, quietly, expecting you to carry your own strength across. You begin to feel the lesson held here. Sometimes life surrounds you with forces you cannot fight or flee, are too vast, too ancient, too rooted in the structure of existence. In those moments, the only path is not to struggle outwardly, but to refine the heart inwardly, to sit in stillness until the danger no longer sees you as prey, but as one who belongs. This is the wisdom that jaguars impart as dawn follows night. The initiate who passes through this chamber does so not by conquest, but by recognition. The jaguars allow passage because they see steadiness, and in that steadiness, truth. Their silent eyes are thresholds. Their presence is the reminder that power does not always strike, but sometimes simply waits. And so, the chamber breathes with the quiet of guardianship. No chains rattle, no storms rise, no flames leap. Only the deep, patient presence of the jaguar, the protector of night, the walker between worlds. In the hush of this house, a thought lingers. Perhaps thresholds are always guarded, not by violence, but by the silent demand that one carry balance within. Perhaps the jaguar waits at every crossing, unseen but watching. Chapter 10. The House of Fire. The House of Fire stands as one of the most consuming trials in the Mayan underworld. If the House of Jaguars taught stillness, and the House of Cold demanded endurance, then this chamber is different. It does not test in silence, nor with hidden eyes. It greets the soul with flame. Here, the air itself is alive, vibrating with heat. Flames curl upward from unseen cracks, licking the walls, rising and falling like living tongues. Smoke drifts in slow coils, heavy and choking, wrapping itself around the body. Every breath sears. The chamber is not a vast and empty like the house of knives, nor shadowed like the house of jaguars. It is a crucible, an enclosed space of trial, where fire dominates every surface. For the Maya, fire was never a simple element. It was creation and destruction at once. It cooked the maize that sustained life, yet it burned offerings in ritual sacrifice. Flames consumed incense so that prayers might rise to the gods. In the heart of the hearth, families found warmth and nourishment, but left untended, the same fire could devour a home or a forest. The House of Fire embodies this duality, not only the danger of being burned, but the deeper possibility of purification in Mesoamerican cosmology. Purification often comes through extremes. Cold purifies through endurance. Darkness purifies through patience. Fire purifies by consuming what cannot withstand it. The flames in this chamber do not exist only to destroy. They represent the burning away of falsehood, weakness, or impurity. What survives the house of fire emerges not unscarred, but refined. The initiate who enters this chamber faces both terror and necessity. To move too quickly risks being engulfed. To stay still risks suffocation. The flames force a rhythm upon the body. Step, pause, step again. A careful navigation through a landscape that is constantly shifting. Each movement must be deliberate, each breath measured. Smoke fills the lungs, stinging the eyes, but beyond it, there is always a path forward. Hidden but possible, Mayan rituals often used fire as the medium of offering. Copal resin, fragrant and thick, was cast into the flames so that its smoke might carry human petitions to the gods. Blood offerings, too, were sometimes burned, mingling the most vital essence with sacred flame. In these acts, fire was the bridge between mortal and divine. The House of Fire is an extension of that same principle. It transforms the soul itself into offering. Passing through the chamber is not about avoiding pain, but about becoming worthy of transformation. You imagine the feeling of standing here. Heat presses against the skin, relentless. Smoke scratches at the throat until breath becomes shallow. Flames leap suddenly, unpredictable, forcing you to halt, to wait, to bow low until they pass. The air vibrates with a low roar, the sound of consuming energy. And yet, there is a strange clarity. In the fire's presence, nothing unnecessary remains, only the will to endure, only the strength to keep moving, only the core of what cannot be destroyed. To the Maya, the symbolism of fire extended into cycles of death and rebirth. Just as crops were burned at the end of the season so that new growth might come, so too was the soul understood to require its own burning. In the chamber of fire, this truth is enacted directly. The soul is scorched until its outer layers fall away. Fear, pride, illusion, all are consumed. What emerges is leaner, clearer. Reborn through the flames, fire was also deeply tied to the sun, itself a blazing force traveling across the sky. The underworld journey mirrored the sun's descent and return, just as the sun set into night only, to rise renewed at dawn. So to the initiate in the House of Fire experiences symbolic death and renewal. To survive is to mirror the sun's path, to be consumed but not extinguished. Ancient Mayan cities bore fire altars where rituals were conducted. Under open sky, flames would rise as priests invoked gods, ancestors, or cosmic cycles. Smoke would drift upward, carrying the visible proof of connection between earth and heaven. Within the house of fire, the soul becomes its own altar. The trial is no longer about watching flames rise outside, but about standing inside them. This chamber is also a reminder of resilience. In life, fire comes in many forms: loss, conflict, transformation. It strips away comfort and forces what is hidden into the open. Just as wood reveals its inner grain only when burned, so too does the heart reveal its truth when pressed by trials. The Maya encoded this lesson within the architecture of Xibalba. The House of Fire ensures that every initiate knows the cost of resilience, not as an idea, but as lived truth. The silence of the House of Jaguars was a lesson in presence. The heat of the House of Fire is a lesson in surrender. One cannot fight flame, nor bend it to will. It consumes what it will, and it spares what it cannot touch. To survive is to accept, to yield, to let the fire refine rather than resist it. The initiate who clings too tightly to control is consumed. The one who yields without breaking passes through dot in many Mayan myths. Fire is linked to the gods of lightning, storms, and creation itself. The flame that destroys also forges. It is both the weapon of the gods and the hearth of humanity. The House of Fire distills this into pure trial, a place where divinity presses directly upon the soul, asking whether it can withstand such contact. You feel the lingering truth here. Fire, in its essence, asks nothing but honesty. It cannot be deceived. It touches all things and reveals their nature. Stone endures, wood crumbles, metal shines brighter when heated. The same is asked of the human spirit. To step into the House of Fire is to step into a place where nothing false survives. And so, within its smoke and roar, the initiate learns resilience, not as a word, but as breath pressed through heat, as steps taken between flames. The chamber does not release one unchanged. It strips away the fragile coverings of identity and leaves only what is enduring. In the end, the fire does not consume everything. It leaves behind what is essential, just as ashes feed the soil for new life. Passing through, the soul emerges not victorious, but tempered. The flames die back into silence, leaving the faint glow of embers. And in their fading, the lesson remains. All that burns may rise again. In the hush after flame, the chamber exhales. The smoke thins, the walls quiet. Yet the memory of heat lingers in the bones, a reminder that even in destruction there is renewal. Chapter 11. The Hero Twins Descend. The story of the Hero Twins is one of the most enduring threads woven through the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Cache Maya. It is a tale told not as a mere legend, but as a map of spirit, a mirror of the human journey through darkness, trial, and rebirth. Hunab and Xibalba, the twin sons of a murdered father, grandsons of a wise grandmother, tricksters and seekers, step into Xibalba not only to face its lords, but to teach what it means to descend and to rise again. The Underworld calls them not through chance, but through inheritance. Their father, Hunab, once entered Xibalba with his brother, Vucab, Hunab. They played the sacred ballgame too loudly, disturbing the lords of death. Summoned below, they faced trial after trial, but failed. They were sacrificed, their bodies destroyed, and their heads taken as trophies. Hunab's skull was hung in the branches of a calabash tree, where it dripped life into the hand of a mortal woman who came too near. From this mingling of death and life, the hero twins were conceived, sons born of loss, yet destined to return. Their descent is not an accident. It is the continuation of an unfinished story. Where the father was silenced, the sons must speak. Where the father was defeated, the sons must endure. The descent into Xibalba is therefore not only a test, but an inheritance. The weight of unfinished destiny pressing into the shoulders of the living. The lords of Xibalba are cunning. They do not fight directly, they deceive. They arrange trials meant to humiliate and destroy. And so, the descent begins, not in battle, but in subtlety. The hero twins step onto the darkened road that leads downward, a road their father once walked. At its crossing, 4 rivers must be faced: the river of scorpions, the river of blood, the river of pus, and the river of thorny obstacles. Each river flows with danger, each one a boundary between the world of light and the kingdom of shadows. You imagine them moving carefully, stepping where the path is narrow, listening to the hiss of unseen creatures in the water, feeling the sting of thorns at their ankles. Unlike their father, they are cautious. They carry memory as armor. They do not rush into pride, but bow themselves low to pass where their father once fell. The rivers are more than barriers. They are purifications, washing away illusion, forcing humility, reminding that only endurance can carry one forward at last. They arrive at the council place of Xibalba, the court of its lords. Here, the rulers of death sit upon their thrones, names as sharp as their weapons. 1 death, 7 death. House of cold, house of jaguars, house of fire. The twins are tested from the moment they arrive. Chairs of stone are set for them. Yet, when they sit, the seeds are burning. blistering hot. Where their father had suffered, they laugh and rise, refusing to be trapped by humiliation. Next, the lords extend torches and cigars, commanding that they be returned by morning, unburned and whole. The challenge is impossible, but the hero twins, clever and observant, summon the aid of fireflies and red feathers. They use the glow of insects to mimic the flame, and the scarlet of feathers to mimic the ember. When morning comes, the torches are still alight. The cigars appear unspent. The lords of Xibalba, expecting failure, are instead met with resilience. Trial by trial, the pattern unfolds. What was once faced with pride is now answered with wit. Where the father was undone, the sons endure. Each challenge becomes an allegory of spirit. The burning seats reveal the danger of arrogance. The torches reveal the power of resourcefulness. The journey into darkness reveals that survival depends not on strength alone, but on wisdom, patience, and creativity. The House of Darkness is another test. Here, no light is given, and the lords expect the twins to fail in blindness. But they summon the glint of a firefly, a small living spark, to guide them. The lesson is subtle but clear. Even the smallest flame can light the vastest dark. The House of Jaguars surrounds them with predators, jaws glinting in the shadows. But the twins scatter bones and distract the beasts with offerings moving past. Unharmed, it is a reminder that not all dangers must be confronted directly. Some are endured through cunning, through the art of diversion, through meeting ferocity with quiet cleverness. The House of Fire comes next. Flames curl high, smoke presses into their lungs. Yet the twins endure. Fire that once destroyed is now a passage through which resilience itself is proven. Each chamber of trial becomes both narrative and teaching. The descent of the hero twins is the descent of every soul into hardship. The rivers are obstacles of fear. The lords are the deceptions of pride. The burning seats are humiliations. The endless houses of trial are griefs, losses, and temptations that all must walk through. And yet, the story does not end in endurance alone. The hero twins do not simply survive Xibalba. They face death itself, and in doing so, they become more than human. When at last they allow themselves to be sacrificed, burned, ground to ash, scattered into the river, they are not ended. From the waters, their bones reform. From the ashes, they rise renewed. Their return is not as ordinary boys, but as beings of power, capable of commanding life and death, tricking the lords, and overturning the order of Xibalba. In this, the descent of the hero twins mirrors the cycle of maize, the sacred corn. Seeds are buried, seeming lost, yet from their burial comes new life. The twins descend into shadow, are broken and destroyed. But from their descent comes renewal. From their sacrifice comes resurrection. The final defeat of the lords of Xibalba is not through battle, but through transformation. The twins reveal that death can be tricked, that destruction can be endured, that the cycle of life and death is not a prison, but a doorway. They rise from their trials to ascend, not into the court of lords, but into the sky itself. Hinab becomes the sun, Xibalba the moon, forever companions in the heavens. Their journey is not only myth, it is a mirror. Every descent into difficulty, every crossing through rivers of pain, every house of fire or darkness or jaguars in life echoes their path. To descend is not to fail. To descend is to walk the ancient road. The hero twins remind that within trial there is renewal, and that the descent itself may become the doorway to transformation. And so the story settles softly. Two brothers, born of death, walk the road of trials, endure humiliation, survive cunning traps, die and rise again. Their story is written not only in the Popol Vuh, but in the very cycles of time, in the sun and the moon, in every burial and harvest, in every fall and rise of the human heart. Their descent is eternal. Their return is eternal. And their lesson endures, whispering that even in Xibalba, light may yet be born. The next chamber the twins encounter is the house of cold. Here, ice, sharp as obsidian, covers the ground, and winds howl as though carrying the voices of the dead. Breath clouds in the air, fingers go numb, and the very bones ache with chill. Yet the twins endure. They remember warmth within themselves, the ember of spirit that no frost can extinguish. It is here that the story slows into reflection. The House of Cold reminds us that there are seasons in every life when warmth seems absent, when the world feels inhospitable, and the fire of the heart flickers weakly. Yet, just as the twins survived the bitter frost, so too may we endure seasons of coldness by turning inward, by keeping faith with the quiet flame inside that is never fully lost. Cold cannot last forever. After frost comes thaw. After night comes day. From there, they enter the house of blades. Knives line the walls, and obsidian edges hover, waiting to cut. To enter such a chamber is to step into danger at every breath, where even stillness can wound. But the twins, wise and observant, speak to the blades as though two living beings. They honor them, offering words of respect, asking that they rest. And the blades obeys. This moment carries a profound gentleness. It teaches that sometimes survival is not through strength, but through reverence. Even what seems sharp, hostile, or destructive can soften when treated with dignity. The twins remind us that the sharpest edges in life, anger, conflict, grief, are not always overcome through resistance, but through recognition, through respect, through the simple act of speaking gently where others would rage. Their trials continue. In the house of jaguars, the growls of the great cats surround them. The lords of death intend for them to be devoured. Yet the twins scatter bones before the beasts, distracting them, and pass unharmed. The lesson is quiet but clear. Even when surrounded by teeth, survival does not always require fighting. Sometimes it requires understanding what hunger consumes and meeting it with an offering rather than with fear. In the house of bats, the air itself becomes perilous. A storm of wings beats above, and each bat's screech echoes like a blade. Kamazos, the great death bat, lurks in the shadows. Here, Hanap hides within his blowgun to escape the assault. But when he peers out too soon, Kamazot strikes, severing his head. The loss is profound, a symbol of the fragility of life, the suddenness with which breath can be stolen. Yet even here, the story does not end. Spalunk, clever and devoted, fashions a false head from a squash. He places it upon his brother's shoulders, and together they continue. Later, Hanap's true head is recovered and his body restored. In this, the myth reveals that even in seeming loss, restoration is possible. What is broken can be made whole. What seems ended can return. Chapter 12. The ballgame of the Underworld. The hero twins descend deeper into Xibalba, where the shadows of the Underworld stretch long and heavy. By this point in their journey, they have endured houses of trial, darkness, cold, knives, bats, and jaguars. They have faced death, dismemberment, and renewal. And now, before them lies one of the most sacred contests of Maya belief, the ballgame of the Underworld. In ancient times, the ballgame is more than sport. It is ceremony, a bridge between realms, a contest of cosmic meaning. On the surface, it is played with a heavy rubber ball, struck by hips, knees, or shoulders, passed across the court between two sides. But beneath the movement lies a mirror of the heavens and the earth. The court itself is designed as a sacred space, its walls echoing the horizon, its floor echoing the land where maize grows, and its ringed markers reflecting the passage of the sun and the stars. For the lords of Xibalba, the game is a test of dominance. To defeat mortals upon this court is to prove the inevitable power of death. But for Hanap and Zabalunk, the ball game is something more. It is the renewal of a story older than their own. Their father, Hanap, once played here too, before the lords summoned him into the depths and claimed his life. His skull, placed among the branches of a calabash tree, gave rise to the conception of the twins themselves. To return to this court is to complete a circle. It is not only play, it is memory, vengeance, and sacred balance. The ball is set into motion, heavy, dark, and alive with a weight of ritual. It bounces upon the stone. The lords of death strike with force, their movements sharp and commanding. They intend to humiliate, to grind the life from their opponents. Yet the twins, agile and cunning, move with a different rhythm. They do not meet the lords in brute power, but in balance, in timing, in an awareness that the game is not only about winning, but about sustaining harmony. Every strike of the ball is layered with meaning. To the Maya, the ball's motion resembles the sun's path across the sky, rising and falling, day into night, night into day. Each bounce is a heartbeat of the cosmos, a reminder that life itself is a cycle of descent and ascent. The twins understand this. They know that to falter here would be to let death claim dominion over the balance of creation. Yet, the lords of Xibalba do not play fair. They summon trickery, introducing blades along the court's edge, commanding the ball itself to become a weapon. In some versions of the story, the ball is laced with hidden blades so that to strike it is to bleed. The court becomes not merely a space of play, but a battlefield, a ritual of pain disguised as sport. But Hanap and Xibalba adapt. When the lords send a ball made of blades, the twins refuse to strike. They see through the trick and allow the false weapon to fall harmlessly. It is a reminder that wisdom is sometimes found in restraint, in refusing the game on terms designed to destroy. Not every contest must be played as it is presented. To endure is sometimes to say no, to withhold the strike that others expect. The game continues. The twins dance across the court, their movements quick as thought, graceful as wind, while the lords grow heavy and frustrated. The ball strikes the ground, bounces high, arcs through space like the sun between horizons. Each motion is a reflection of greater forces, the eternal conflict between life and death, order and chaos, sacrifice and renewal. Around them, the court itself is a symbol. In Maya cities, ball courts are built at the heart of ceremonial life. Their shape recalls a portal between realms. Their walls, often inscribed with images of sacrifice, rebirth, and cosmic order. To play upon such a field is not recreation, it is to step into myth. For the twins, playing here is to walk directly into the heart of destiny. The lords grow impatient. They command the twins to pause and rest, inviting them into traps designed to weaken them. They summon trials between rounds, offering places to sleep that are filled with knives, or houses where the chill of death seeps into bone. Yet time after time, the twins survive. They use wisdom, trickery, and divine intuition to slip past each test. The game becomes more than a contest of skill. It becomes a dialogue, life answering to death, light moving against shadow, renewal standing firm before corruption. The lords of Xibalba embody inevitability, the shadow that claims all things. But the twins, born of death and miracle, embody the truth that even what falls into the underworld can rise again. There is a moment in the myth where Hanap loses his head, struck clean off by the great bat Kamazodes before the game resumes. His head is placed upon the court, used as the very ball the lords demand be played. It is an image both horrifying and deeply symbolic. Life reduced to object, the body broken, mortality mocked by death itself. Yet Xibalba, devoted and cunning, fashions a substitute head from a squash, restoring his brother and continuing the game. The ball game here becomes more than movement. It becomes resurrection. Even when death seems victorious, even when the head itself is taken, the game is not ended. The rhythm continues. The ball bounces again. The cycle renews itself. In this, the story whispers a profound truth. Death is not the silence it appears to be, but a motion within a greater cycle. The game goes on. At last, after trial, deception, and endurance, the twins claim victory. The lords of Xibalba, once certain of their power, find themselves outmatched not by strength, but by balance, wit, and sacred resilience. The ball game, symbol of the cosmos itself, tilts back toward harmony. Life and death remain in tension, but neither can claim the final word. For the Maya, this victory is not only myth, it is written into the sky. The hero twins ascend, one as the sun, one as the moon. Their play upon the court becomes eternal. Day chasing night, light balancing, shadow, each forever in motion. The ball game is not frozen in time, but continues above, as the heavens themselves reflect the bounce of the sacred ball across the horizon. When the Maya stepped onto their own ball courts. They were not merely playing, they were stepping into this cosmic echo, embodying the same balance, risking their bodies and honoring the gods. Some games ended in ritual sacrifice, for the stakes of play were never small. To strike the ball, to keep it in motion, was to keep the world itself alive. To honor the memory of the twins who once played in the underworld and brought renewal to all creation. And so the chapter of the ball game closes not with a final score, but with a rhythm that never ends. The sound of the ball striking stone echoes like a heartbeat through time. The twins' movements are remembered in every rising sun, in every silver curve of moonlight. The court of Xibalba remains in shadow, yet the victory of life lingers. In the sky, you imagine that sound now, the steady rhythm of motion, neither rushed nor broken. A ball striking stone, again and again, carrying the weight of balance. Life and death, light and darkness, each forever in play, each forever bound to one another. And in that rhythm, you feel how the story never ends. Chapter 13. Sacrifice and transformation in the heart of the Mayan underworld. Sacrifice is not an ending, but a turning of the wheel. The stories carried through generations tell of offerings made not in despair, but in recognition of a cycle that never closes. To step into Xibalba is to step into a realm where blood, breath, and spirit become part of an endless exchange. For the Maya, sacrifice is not only about loss, it is about continuity. Blood is the most precious substance, the carrier of life. Itself, when it is given, whether through ritual piercing offerings to the gods, or in the deeper trials of death, it is not seen as destruction. It is nourishment, a way of feeding the balance of creation, of ensuring that the sun continues to rise, that rains fall, that maize grows. Imagine a world where death does not signal the closing of a door, but the opening of another. In this belief, a life given is a life returned, reshaped in a cycle of time. Just as seeds must be buried in the dark earth to rise again as maize, so too must the soul pass through the shadows of Xibalba to find its renewal. This view of sacrifice is woven into the very soil of Mayan ritual. Ceremonies reenact the cosmic order. The spilling of blood echoes the spilling of divine essence at the beginning of creation. Gods themselves, according to myth, bled into the earth to animate life. The people mirror this gesture, offering a part of themselves to maintain the order entrusted to them. The hero twins embody this truth. In their descent into Xibalba, each challenge they face is a symbolic sacrifice. They give up comfort, safety, even their own bodies, in order to restore balance. Yet, with each loss, they emerge transformed, carrying wisdom that could not have been reached without surrender. Their trials show that, in Xibalba, sacrifice is not destruction, but trans, Figuration. Walk in this understanding is to see death as an act of renewal. A person's passing is not a vanishing, but a movement into another state, where the essence of who they are continues to flow into the greater whole. Like rivers that vanish underground only to re-emerge elsewhere, life in this cosmology is never truly ended. The rituals performed by priests and kings reflect this rhythm. When they drew blood from their bodies, or when captives were offered to the Lord, the act was heavy with meaning. It was not cruelty for its own sake. It was alignment with a sacred pattern, the recognition that life is maintained through exchange. Something is always given, so that something greater may endure. You may begin to sense how sacrifice in this world is not about fear, but about trust. Trust that the body will heal after it bleeds. Trust that the rains will come when the earth is fed. Trust that even in death, the soul will not dissolve into nothing, but return as part of the eternal movement of things. In Xibalba, transformation is constant. The darkness itself is a crucible. Those who enter do not remain unchanged. The trials strip them of pride, of illusion, of attachment. They test the resilience of spirit, and yet, through loss, through surrender, something new is shaped. In this way, every offering, whether small or great, is a form of renewal. Sacrifice also mirrors the cycles seen in the natural world. The cutting of maize stalks at harvest is a kind of ritual death. Yet the kernels, saved and replanted, promise new growth. The burning of fields clears the way for future planting. The seasons themselves are a continual pattern of giving up and beginning again. Humanity, in offering its own sacrifice, joins in harmony with this greater design. Consider how this perspective softens the weight of endings. To die in this understanding is not to be erased, but to be rejoined with the fabric of creation. It is to enter the dark soil where decay becomes fertility. It is to step into shadow only to find light waiting on the other side. The Maya teach that the soul carries forward, even in the harshest visions of Xibalba, where fire burns and trials weary. There is always a pathway through. Each challenge is designed not to annihilate, but to refine. It is a passage, a reshaping, a reminder that endurance itself is sacred. Sacrifice, then, is both personal and cosmic. The individual gives of themselves, but in doing so, they sustain the wider order. A life poured out becomes a thread woven into the eternal fabric. The heart does not stop beating without reason. Its rhythm continues, echoed in the turning of seasons, in the rising of dawn after night. Even now, as you listen, the fear of endings is softened when they are seen not as collapse, but as continuation. The grief of loss is held within the assurance that nothing truly disappears. All that is given returns in another form, in another rhythm. The house of Xibalba becomes not a place of despair, but a place of transformation. Here, the soul learns what the body has always known, that to give, to release, to surrender is not to vanish, but to change. And in that change, life finds its deepest meaning. The night may close in, but morning always waits. Darkness surrounds, but within it, the seeds of new light are already held. This is the truth of sacrifice in Xibalba. Not the end, but the passage. Not silence, but renewal. And so the soul steps forward into the shadow, trusting that even here, in the depths of the underworld, the cycle continues. That what is given is never lost. That in every ending, something is quietly beginning. Asterisk. Chapter 14. The defeat of the Lord's the story turns toward its quiet climax. The moment when wit and patience overcome power. In the heart of Xibalba, the hero twins face the ones who had ruled with shadows for countless ages, the lords. Of death, the lords are many, and their names carry the weight of destruction. 1 death, 7 death, gathered blood, flying scab, pus demon, bone staff. Each commands fear, each presides over trials meant to crush the spirit. Yet fear itself is their greatest weapon. They depend on intimidation more than strength, deceit more than truth. For ages, they have prevailed, not through open battle, but through games of trickery. Through luring souls into submission, the hero, twins, Hanap and Xibalang, do not rise against them with force. They walk with humility, speaking carefully, listening deeply. Their steps through the darkened courts show that courage here is not a shout, but a calm persistence. Each chamber of trial, each deception offered by the lords, is turned against them with patience and cunning. The ballgame becomes the setting of their contest. For the Maya, this game is more than play. It is ritual, the echo of the heavens meeting. The earth, the movement of the sun and moon across the sky. To play is to engage the balance of life and death itself. The twins step onto the court, knowing the rules are not fair. The ball weighted with blades, the markers set to ensnare them. Yet, instead of resisting with anger, they bend with awareness. Every strike of the ball is measured. Every glance at one another carries trust. The lords, proud and impatient, fall into their own snares. They cheat openly, yet the twins match them with quiet intelligence. When the lords demand the use of a ball studded with blades, the twins play as if unbothered. When they are forced into the house of darkness, they find ways to summon light. When they are sent to the house of jaguars, they feed the beasts with bones instead of becoming prey. At each stage, the lesson deepens. Power rooted in fear dissolves when met with clarity and adaptability. The twins are tested with sacrifice, their bodies burned, their ashes scattered into the river. But here too lies their wisdom. They do not cling to form, do not resist the dissolution. Instead, they allow themselves to pass through the fire of death, knowing that renewal waits beyond. Their remains transform into fish, into new life within the water. From the river, they emerge again, whole, radiant with strength that no lord can diminish. Disguised as dancers, they return to the court of Xibalba. Their art is strange and wondrous. They perform feats unseen before, cutting one another apart and bringing each other back to life, leaping into flame and emerging untouched. The lords, intoxicated by this display, call for the same power to be shown upon them. They ask to be sacrificed and revived. And so the turning comes. The hero twins grant their wish only halfway. One by one, the great lords of death are laid low. They are cut down not by sword or force, but by their own arrogance, their own hunger for power. Their dominion collapses quietly, undone by the very games they once used to enslave others. The Maya understood this story not simply as myth, but as guidance. Death is mighty, but not absolute. Fear is heavy, but not permanent. Cleverness, patience, and trust in renewal dissolve the walls of darkness more surely than aggression. The hero twins do not destroy death. Instead, they reshape its power. From that moment, the lords of Xibalba no longer reign unchallenged. Their terror weakens. Their place becomes limited. Death is made part of the cycle, still present, but no longer supreme. You imagine this lesson carried into the quiet of night. Every struggle you have known, every trial that pressed against you, is not meant to end in defeat. Just as the twins stepped willingly into the fire and the river, you begin to feel that transformation is possible. Loss, endings, shadows. These are not final walls, but thresholds. The triumph here is not loud. It is not the clash of armies or the roar of conquest. It is a soft victory, the kind that leaves no wound. The lords are outwitted, not slain in battle. Their defeat comes like the tide wearing down stone, steady and inevitable. The Maya told this story around firelight to remind each other that fear loses its hold when it is understood. They remembered that even in the deepest chambers of Xibalba, renewal is waiting. The hero twins, once mortal, became more than mortal. Their journey through trials and sacrifice allowed them to rise as celestial beings, their presence marked in the sky. And so the tale breathes out a final truth. Wisdom endures where fear fades. Death does not vanish, but it becomes part of the path, not its end. In the silence that follows, you feel the weight of this story. Settle gently. Power has been humbled. Arrogance undone. What remains is a quiet strength, the certainty that even in the darkest realms, the light of understanding guides the way. The court of Xibalba empties. The echo of the game drifts away, and the story rests with you, not as conquest, but as a reminder that wisdom, patience, and trust outlast even the lords of death. Chapter 15. The twins become the sun and moon. Tale of Hanap and Xibalba does not end with the defeat of the lords of Xibalba. In the traditions of the Cayes Maya, their story reaches beyond death, beyond triumph, and beyond the trials of the underworld. The hero twins are remembered not as mortals who won a contest, but as eternal beings who became the balance of day and night. Their transformation is not told as a sudden miracle, but as the natural conclusion of their long journey. They descend into darkness, pass through trials of fire and cold, face humiliation, loss, and death. They emerge not only victorious, but changed. Where once they were sons seeking to complete what their father began, they become guardians of time itself. The Maya world saw the sun and moon not as distant or lifeless bodies, but as living presences carrying memory, order, and guidance for all who lived beneath them. To look at the sky was to remember story, and the story of the hero twins is written in that light dot in the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Cayes. It is said that after their triumph, the twins rise into the heavens. Hanap becomes the sun, strong and radiant, moving with constancy and providing warmth and light to the earth. Xibalba becomes the moon, softer, cooler, and more elusive, reflecting balance, guiding tides and seasons, and offering light to the night. This transformation is more than symbolic. For the Maya, celestial bodies are divine forces shaping the rhythms of existence. Day and night, heat and coolness, planting and harvest all flow from the movements of the sun and the moon. The hero twins, then, are not merely remembered. They are lived with every single day as part of the sky itself. You can imagine an ancient Maya farmer rising at dawn, watching the sun climb, remembering Hunap's persistence through the underworld trials. To face the labor of the fields, he recalls that endurance is not in vain. At night, when the pale light of the moon glimmers on the cornfields, families recall Xibalba as cunning, his patience, his role as balance against his brother's brilliance. The hero twins are not divided into good and bad, strength and weakness. They are balance. One cannot exist without the other. Hunap, as sun gives light, so crops may grow, yet his fire can scorch. Xibalba, as moon, offers rest and coolness, yet too much darkness would leave the world in fear. Together, they are harmony, each tempering the other, each carrying the memory of their trials in Xibalba. The Maya do not describe this ascension as victory over death, but as integration with it. The twins descend into the underworld, are defeated, are burned, ground into ash, cast into rivers, and yet they rise again. This cycle mirrors the path of the sun itself, descending at night, swallowed by darkness, and reborn in the morning. It mirrors the phases of the moon, appearing, fading, disappearing, returning. The twins embody the eternal truth that life and death are not enemies, but partners in the cycle of existence. Their celestial transformation also carried spiritual lessons for the living. In the Maya, understanding to live in balance meant aligning oneself with the cycles of the sky. Planting must follow the signs of the heavens. Rituals must match the turn of days and nights. The hero twins, as sun and moon, serve not only as lights, but as guides, reminding humans that life is ordered, purposeful, and sacred. When Hunap becomes the sun, his brilliance is not only triumph, but responsibility. To rise each day is to take on the endless duty of providing for the world. His path is steady, unwavering. In this way, he is the example of constancy. He reminds the people that strength is not only in one great act, but in persistence, the daily return, the daily rising. When Xibalba becomes the moon, his path is gentler, marked by cycles of waxing and waning. He reminds the people that not all progress is constant, not all presence is complete. There are times of fullness and times of absence. The moon speaks to patience, to renewal, to the hidden side of strength. His lessons are those of subtlety, reminding people that rest, too, is sacred in their dual transformation. The twins do not become unreachable gods, distant and severe. They remain close, Every dawn and dusk, every phase of the moon is their reminder. They are companions to humanity, present in the sky, not as distant rulers, but as eternal guides who once knew human struggle, human pain, and human hope. For the Maya, their story offered comfort in the face of death. Just as the twins returned from the underworld to shine above, so too would the human soul continue beyond its trials. Death was not the end, but a passage, a descent that led to renewal, a fading that promised return. To see the sun rise after night was to be reminded that even the deepest darkness is not final. You might picture the ancient city of Copen or Tikal, where great stone temples rise into the sky. At dawn, when the first light breaks over the horizon, the stairways of these temples glow with the sun's arrival. Priests stand at the top, offering incense, speaking words to Hanap. At night, in the stillness, the moon rises above the jungle canopy, and people look up in quiet reverence, knowing Spalunk is watching. The very structure of their sacred cities is built in alignment with the heavens, for the twins' presence must always be honored. The balance of sun and moon also speaks to rest. In the same way the earth cannot endure endless day, the human spirit cannot endure endless labor. Night comes as a gift. The coolness of the moon is a reminder that rest is part of the rhythm of life. The twins, through their celestial dance, offered the assurance that each cycle contains both work and renewal. Their story, then, is not one of conquest alone, but of transformation. To outwit the lords of Xibalba was only part of their destiny. To rise as celestial beings was their true purpose. It is the reminder that through hardship, through descent, through the weight of struggle, there lies the possibility of becoming something enduring, something greater than fear or defeat. In the long rhythm of the Maya night, when fires are dim and voices are hushed, a child may hear the story of Hinnop and Xibalba. The child imagines them not only in ancient myth, but in the sky above, watching, guarding, shining. And in that imagining, there is peace. For the story tells not only of struggle, but of the eternal balance that brings continuity to all things. The hero twins live on, not as forgotten figures, but as light itself, Hanap, blazing as the sun, Xibalba, guiding as the moon. Together, they weave the eternal cycle of day and night, teaching that harmony is stronger than fear, and that, even after descent into the deepest shadows, light will always return. And so, the story closes with the sky itself. The sun and the moon rise and fall, each carrying memory, each carrying meaning. Their presence is steady, and their lesson is simple. Every ending is a beginning, and every night contains the promise of dawn. Chapter 16. Caves of Belize and Guatemala Deep, beneath the jungles of Central America. The earth opens into chambers where darkness has lived for centuries. These are the caves of Belize and Guatemala, silent, sacred places where the world of the living touched the underworld of Xibalba. Archaeologists call them portals, and the Maya themselves believed the same. To step into these caves was not simply to enter stone and shadow. It was to cross a threshold, to brush against the edge of divine geography. In Belize lies Acton Tanichel Muknel, the cave of the crystal sepulchre. Hidden for centuries, it stretches more than 3 kilometers underground. Inside, narrow passages lead into great chambers filled with stalactites that glisten like frozen rain. The Maya left offerings here, vessels, obsidian blades, and sometimes human lives. The most haunting presence rests deep within, the crystallized remains of a young woman. Her bones fused with limestone, sparkling in torchlight like something between flesh and mineral. She is known as the Crystal Maiden. Naj tonnage. Across the border in Guatemala is another sacred cavern. Here, the walls still hold the delicate lines of painted glyphs. Priests and scribes left their prayers and calendars in ochre and black, naming gods, rulers, and rituals long forgotten by time. Some inscriptions even mention Xibalba itself, as if the cave were a waiting room to the ancient Maya. Caves were not empty stone. They were living mouths of the earth, breathing out cool air and echoing the voices of those who entered. Inside them, the boundary between mortal and divine grew thin. Rain, fertility, and the cycles of death and rebirth all flowed from these openings. You can imagine how the flicker of torches must have danced against dripping stone, how the slow beat of drums and the soft whisper of prayers carried into the chambers. Ceremonies here were not for spectacle, but for survival. The rains that sustained a maze were gifts from the gods, and caves were seen as channels for calling them down. Sometimes, the offerings were simple, clay bowls filled with maize or fragments of jade. Other times, they were more costly. Children, women, and warriors were taken into the depths, their lives given to keep the balance between earth and sky. In the silence of Acton Tanyakil Muknel, archaeologists have found more than a dozen skeletons. Their stillness tells of rituals meant to bridge to worlds. Naitanich speaks differently. Instead of bodies, it preserves words and symbols. Here, nobles traveled from distant cities to leave their marks. Their visits were recorded in flowing script, a kind of sacred registry. The cave was both temple and archive, storing not just bones, but memory. In both places, myth and reality blur. The Popol Vuh tells us that the hero twins traveled downward through tests of fire and darkness. The caves of Belize and Guatemala remind us that such journeys were not only told as stories, but lived as ritual. Each step into the stone corridors was an echo of the descent into Xibalba. You may picture yourself standing just inside the mouth of such a cave. The air cools. Light narrows. Every sound magnifies. The drip of water becomes a pulse. Your own breath feels like part of the cavern's rhythm. For the Maya, this was no metaphor. The cave itself was alive, an entrance into the very anatomy of the earth. Even today, these places carry weight. Modern Maya communities still regard them with reverence, leaving offerings of candles or flowers. Archaeologists enter carefully, knowing they walk on ground layered with faith and fear. The silence does not feel empty. It feels attentive, as if the stone itself remembers. Acton, Tunikil, Muknel, Naitunij, and countless smaller caves across the land were not just backdrops to ritual. They were the stages, the vessels, the portals. To enter was to accept that the world was larger than what the eye could see, that the underworld was not below in theory, but waiting just beyond the threshold. And so these caves remain. Chambers of stone where myth presses close against archaeology, where offerings linger beside artifacts, and where silence continues to guard what words and bones once tried to say. They are reminders that the Maya did not separate faith from place or story from stone. In their caves, myth still breathes, and the path to Xibalba still feels close at hand. The cool air waits. The chambers remain open, and deep in the quiet, the earth still whispers. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Rivers beneath the earth, beneath the limestone ground of the Maya world. Water flows in silence. Hidden rivers carve their way through darkness, shaping caverns, cenotes, and endless chambers beneath the earth. For the Maya, these waterways are not only geological wonders, but living arteries that connect the human world to Xibalba, the shadowy realm of the dead. The surface world is one of sunlight, harvests, and daily life. But the moment a person looks into the still water of a cenote, they are gazing into a threshold. What lies beneath is not merely groundwater. It is an entrance into another dimension of existence. The Maya saw these subterranean rivers as both sacred and dangerous, places where one might seek blessings or lose themselves forever. Cenotes, the Yucatan Peninsula, like scars of the earth. Round pools that drop suddenly into darkness. They form when limestone caves collapse, opening the underground rivers to the sky. To approach one is to sense stillness, a silence that feels deeper than the forest around it. The Maya offered precious objects, jade beads, carved vessels, even human sacrifices into these waters. They were gifts meant for the deities of the underworld. Carried by the current into unseen depths, archaeologists have recovered remains from some of these sacred pools. Skulls, bones, and offerings rest in sediment at the bottom, preserved by the cool, mineral-rich waters. Each one speaks of a ritual, a prayer whispered before descent, a life given to ensure rains, fertility, or divine favor. In the Maya imagination, the cenote was not just a well, but the mouth of Xibalba itself. To send something into it was to hand it directly to the lords of the underworld. Underground rivers tie these cenotes together in vast networks. Flowing for miles beneath the surface, they resemble veins beneath skin, invisible but vital. For the Maya, they mirrored the pathways of souls. Death was not an end, but a journey, and the river beneath the earth became a guide, carrying the spirit across unseen channels. Just as the living walked paths through the jungle, the dead traveled waterways hidden in stone. The Popol Vuh. The sacred Maya text tells of heroes descending into Xibalba through rivers and trials of water. These were not metaphors to them, but real echoes of the world they knew. To step into a cave with water beneath your feet was to walk in the very footsteps of gods and ancestors. The river was alive, watching, responding, testing. Some cenotes glow with shafts of light piercing from above, while others are enclosed in total darkness, requiring torches to reveal their form. Imagine the slow drip of water from stalactites, the echo of each drop magnified in the cavern's chamber. For the ancient Maya, these sounds were the breath of the earth itself. To them, the river beneath was a sacred voice. The people did not approach lightly. Ritual cleansing often preceded descent into the caves. Priests and shamans fasted, prayed, and burned incense before entering, believing the water would strip away human impurity. The river was purifying, but also unforgiving. To fall unprepared into its depths meant not only drowning, but becoming trapped in the currents of Xibalba forever. In Guatemala, sacred caves fed by underground rivers served as pilgrimage sites. Nye Tunich, for example, bears walls inscribed with hieroglyphs left by noble visitors. They journeyed far, not for conquest or trade, but to enter the mouth of the earth, guided by flickering firelight. Their offerings to the river inside were meant to endure, to speak with the unseen forces that govern their fates. Water has always symbolized transition. And in the Maya world, underground water was the most profound expression of that passage. The surface river nourishes crops and sustains life, but the hidden river swallows offerings and sways souls. Its direction is inward, downward, a reminder that all things flow eventually toward the unseen. You can imagine standing at the edge of a cenote at dusk. The jungle hums around you, but the water before you is silent, black, waiting. Stones tossed into its depths disappear with barely a sound. The reflection of the sky above seems fragile, as though one step forward could dissolve the world you know. Even today, divers who explore these underwater caves describe feelings of disorientation, as if space and time shift inside the tunnels. For the Maya, this disorientation was not a danger to be avoided, but a sign that the human senses were leaving the ordinary world and brushing against something sacred. In their belief, the further one traveled along these rivers, the closer. They came to the domain of gods and ancestors. The cenotes also tied the people to cycles of rain and fertility. The rain god, Chak, was believed to dwell within them, controlling when the skies would open. Sacrifices made to the river beneath the earth were offerings to Chak, meant to bring storms to thirsty fields. Without them, famine would follow. Thus, the underground rivers became both feared and revered. Their moods tied to the survival of entire communities. The Maya understood water as the lifeblood of creation. To them, the universe itself was born from a primeval sea. When they lowered gifts into a cenote, they were returning life to its source. When they entered the caves themselves, they reenacted the first descent into the waters of creation, seeking renewal not only for themselves, but for the world around them. In this way, the rivers beneath the earth were more than a passage to Xibalba. They were the foundation of life itself, dark yet sustaining, terrifying yet sacred. They taught that what lies below is not always to be avoided, but to be respected, entered carefully, and listened to. And so the water still flows beneath. The limestone, hidden from the sun, moving slowly through stone corridors, as it has for countless ages. It carries with it the memory of those who stood above it, and those who offered themselves to its depths. The rivers beneath the earth whisper of journeys no surface path can follow, of realms that exist just beyond sight. They remind us that beneath the ordinary ground of life, another world is always moving in silence, waiting unseen. Chapter 18. Ceremonies for the Dead. The Maya understood death not as an end, but as a crossing. Life flowed into death, the way rivers flowed underground, vanishing from sight, but continuing in another form. When someone passed, the living took on the sacred responsibility of guiding them toward their next journey. Every gesture, every word spoken, every offering made in ceremony was a thread woven between the visible world and the shadowed path to Xibalba. The body of the departed was prepared with quiet care. Families washed the skin with water drawn from sacred sources, for water was not only cleansing, but also directional. It reminded the soul of the rivers beneath the earth. Sometimes maize flour was placed upon the mouth, symbolizing both sustenance and the eternal cycle of growth, decay, and rebirth. To the Maya, maize was the very substance of humanity, and in death, it remained the compass that would guide the spirit back toward its origin. Mourners placed small jade beads in the mouths of the dead. These stones were more than ornaments. They were breath, wealth, and spirit condensed into solid form. Just as a seed holds the promise of future life, jade was believed to carry the essence of the departed safely into the other world. When sunlight caught the green surface of the stone, it was said to reflect the eternal breath that does not vanish even when the body falls silent. The home became the first temple. Relatives would gather, speaking softly, their voices steady and low. The body might rest for several days, surrounded by offerings of cacao, food, and incense. The scent of copal resin, burned upon hot coals, drifted upward like prayers made. Visible, to inhale its fragrance was to remember that the boundaries between the worlds were thin, and that the air itself carried messages to unseen realms. But death was not mourned with despair alone. The ceremonies balanced grief with guidance. Ritual specialists, A.J. Cage, keepers of the day and the sacred count, interpreted the calendar to find the most fitting time for burial. They spoke chants drawn from ancient patterns, aligning the soul's departure with cosmic order. In this way, the journey of one life became part of the greater rhythm of the stars. Burials often took place close to home. Many Maya placed there, dead beneath the floors of their houses. This was not an act of concealment, but of intimacy. The departed remained part of the household, their presence never fully gone. When family members walked across those floors, they carried on their daily lives over the resting place of their ancestors. In every meal shared, in every conversation spoken, the nearness of the dead reminded the living that their own lives were continuations of those who came before. Cemeteries were also created near temples, where priests and nobles were laid to rest. Some were interred with vessels filled with food and drink, for the path to Xibalba was long, and a traveler needed nourishment. Others were given ornaments, tools, or even figurines, as if companions could be carried into eternity. To the Maya, objects were not inert. They carried meaning, memory, and spiritual weight. Sacred fires accompanied many of these ceremonies. Flames were kindled at thresholds, marking the place between worlds. Families watched as sparks rose into the night, believing each spark to mirror the upward climb of the soul. The fire consumed offerings of food or cloth, transforming them into a form that could be received by unseen beings. In giving these gifts to the flames, the living sent fragments of love across the veil. Sometimes, ballgame imagery was evoked during funerary rites. The ballgame, with its echoes of the hero twins and their descent into Xibalba, reminded the mourners that death itself was a match played against shadow and fate. To lose one's life was not a defeat, but an initiation into another round of play, in another court beneath the earth. The body was stilled, but the soul remained active, stepping into a cosmic narrative that reached back to mythic time. Music also shaped the ceremonies. Wooden drums, turtle shells, and clay whistles released sounds that reverberated like heartbeats across the threshold. Some instruments imitated the cries of birds, calling to messengers between realms. Others echoed thunder or wind, grounding the ritual in the forces of nature that always moved between the living and the dead. When sound and silence intertwined, the atmosphere carried both sorrow and reverence, like waves meeting the shore. The dead were sometimes painted with pigments, red cinnabar, symbolizing life's essence, or black, tied to night and fertility. To cover a body in color was to affirm that even in stillness, energy endured. The pigments marked the dead not as vanished, but as transformed, adorned for a journey that continued beneath the surface of the world, over days and nights. The ceremonies wove together remembrance and release. The family's grief was acknowledged, but always with an undercurrent of trust. They traveled a path mapped by myth, guided by ritual, and supported by the living's devotion. The smoke, the chants, the offerings, all of these became signposts in the dark, keeping the soul from losing its way. For the Maya, these practices shaped not only the fate of the departed, but also the strength of the community left behind. To perform these rites was to remind oneself that life was fragile, sacred, and cyclical. It was to place individual loss within the continuity of generations, and to see death not as isolation, but as belonging. And when the ceremonies ended, silence remained, a silence not of emptiness, but of presence. The floor under which the dead rested, the air that carried the last traces of incense, the jade that lay close to unmoving lips, all reminded the living that Xibalba was never far away. In those quiet moments, one could almost sense the truth the Maya carried so deeply, that death is not exile, but a passage, that the soul, carefully guided, never wanders alone. Chapter 19. Offerings in the Underworld. The Maya believed that every crossing into the Underworld was a negotiation. Death was not final silence, but an arrival into the court of Xibalba, a place where lords waited, watching and weighing. To meet them empty-handed was to invite their scorn. To come bearing gifts was to soften their judgment. Pots of clay, carved with care, were among the most common offerings. Some were simple, shaped by the hand of a family member, fired in village hearths and buried beside the dead. Others were ornate, painted with scenes of gods, ancestors, and the passage of the sun. These vessels were more than containers. They were symbols of continuity. Inside them might rest cacao beans, maize, or droplets of blood, gifts that linked daily life with eternity. The pot became a bridge, a silent carrier of devotion. Jade, the stone most beloved by the Maya, appeared often in burials. Its green hue mirrored the color of young maize, the sign of renewal and fertility. To place jade in the mouth of the dead was to grant them breath beyond the grave, a spark of life that accompanied them as they stepped into the underworld. Sometimes a single bead was enough, pressed gently between the lips. At other times, necklaces, ear spools, or masks carved of jade rested with the body. Each piece held the weight of lineage, beauty, and power, offered as both tribute and protection. Incense was another form of exchange. Copal resin gathered from sacred trees was burned so its smoke could rise like prayers carried into unseen realms. The fragrance was said to open a channel between the living and the lords of Xibalba. In the soft curls of smoke, the Maya saw a pathway stretching downward, a message whispered in scent rather than in sound. For those who remained, tending the fire was an act of devotion. For those who departed, it was a guide illuminating their descent. Blood, too, was offered, the most intimate gift, drawn from the body itself. To pierce the skin, to let a drop fall upon paper or stone, was to affirm the covenant between human and divine. When such blood was placed with the dead, it served as a token of loyalty, a reminder that life continued to bind the living to the ancestors and the ancestors to the gods. It was not sacrifice for destruction, but for communion. A single cut on the fingertip, a thread of blood absorbed into cloth, was enough to accompany a soul on its way. Every offering carried a quiet message. Pots said, "Remember the meals we shared. the harvests we tended. Jade said, "Carry renewal with you. Carry the green spark of maize." Incense said, "Let the smoke guide you. Let it soften the gaze of those who judge." Blood said, "You are never alone, for the living still share their essence with you." Archaeologists uncover these traces in tombs and caves. Vessels shattered intentionally, jade beads pressed against bone, blackened altars where incense once burned. What survives in the earth is fragile, yet what it tells is enduring. The Maya believed that the relationship between the living and the underworld was reciprocal. Gifts were not bribes, but part of an exchange, a flow of respect that moved both ways. The dead received guidance, while the living received blessing. Imagine a chamber deep in stone, where a family gathers in silence. They place a pot near the body, fill it with maize gruel, and set a jade bead upon the tongue. A strip of bark paper holds a faint stain of blood. The air is thick with resin, its smoke rising toward unseen passages. In that moment, nothing feels final. The dead are carried not into absence, but into conversation. One more voice added to the chorus of the ancestors. Offerings shaped the journey, but they also reflected memory. To leave something in the underworld was to declare, this life mattered. This soul is not forgotten. The objects carried weight in both worlds, in both silence and smoke. They were the language of devotion, spoken without words, carried across the threshold into Xibalba. And so, the lords of the underworld did not meet only souls. They met gifts. They met vessels of clay, green stones that gleamed, smoke that lingered, and the essence of blood. They met the reminders of family, the touch of earth, and the pulse of devotion. Each offering became part of the dialogue, fragile, sacred, and enduring in the stillness of such exchanges. One question remains: when gifts cross into the underworld, do they remain with the lords of Xibalba, or do they return unseen as blessings to those who gave them? Chapter 20. Xibalba. In daily life, the ancient Maya live with the underworld not as a distant myth, but as a presence woven into the rhythm of their days. Xibalba is not simply a place reached after death. It is a hidden dimension that touches crops, rulers, families, and the breath of each season. To understand their world is to see how the shadow of the underworld shapes even the brightest hours of the sun. For the farmer bending over maize fields, the link is direct. The maize itself is believed to descend into the earth, to die as seed, and then to rise again, reborn as green stalks. Each planting is an echo of the soul's journey. To bury kernels in the dark soil is to rehearse, year after year, the descent into Xibalba. When the shoots break the surface, it is not only food, but proof of renewal. A reminder that death is never final. Rulers carry this same understanding, but with greater weight. Kings are seen not only as earthly leaders, but as bridges between realms. Their authority rests in their ability to negotiate with unseen powers. Ritual bloodletting, drawing their own blood to offer to the gods, mirrors the sacrifices required in Xibalba. The ruler bleeds so that the balance holds, so that the rains come, so that the maize does not fail. His body becomes a channel, the offering that keeps the underworld appeased. Ceremonial life reflects this connection at every scale. Household shrines hold clay figurines, small vessels, and traces of incense. Acknowledge the hidden lords who govern health, fortune, and fertility. A child born is understood as a soul journeying briefly from shadow into light. A death is accepted as the beginning of another crossing. The rituals do not banish fear, but they soften it. To the Maya, death is part of the cycle, not a final collapse. Even the games children play echo the stories of the underworld. The ball game, though enjoyed as sport, is also a symbolic reenactment of myth. The hero twins themselves, Hanap and Zabalang, descend into Xibalba and confront the lords through play. Each strike of the ball is not only a contest of skill, but a reminder that life is tested in the same way, through challenge, chance, and endurance for the community. To watch the game is to be reminded that every person participates in this cosmic drama. Time itself bends to the presence of Xibalba. The Maya calendar, precise and intricate, does more than track seasons. It carries days that are favorable for planting, for marriage, for war, and for burial. Certain days are avoided, seen as thin with danger, when the gates to the underworld stand more open, are blessed, carrying the promise of protection. To live by the calendar is to live with an awareness that each moment resonates between worlds. Art and architecture also tell of this presence. Temples rise above plazas, but many are built to align with caves or sinkholes, places the Maya believe are portals to Xibalba. Caves become sacred spaces where priests conduct ceremonies. Descending into their darkness is a ritualized journey, a reminder that the earth is layered and the lower realms are never far. The smoke of copal incense drifting upward from these depths becomes a bridge of scent and air between humans and gods. In daily speech, too, the underworld is near. Language carries echoes of it, with metaphors of descent, shadow, and crossing used in counsel and song. Elders speak of illness as a moment when the soul wanders close to the gates. Healing rituals are therefore not only physical but spiritual. Rescues, drawing the patient back from the edge of Xibalba's claim. To be restored to health is to be called back to the surface world. This presence is not felt as a constant dread, but as balance. Life, death, and the underworld are part of a single weave. To plant is to bury. To harvest is to witness rebirth. To honor ancestors is to acknowledge their continuing journey. Each meal of maize and cacao carries memory of cycles endured. Deaths transformed into nourishment. The underworld does not sever bonds, but extends them, linking the living with those who have gone before Dot. And so, from ruler to farmer, from household ritual to state ceremony, Xibalba is lived. It is not simply a myth at the edges of belief. It is the soil, the stone, the calendar, the game, the offering, the cave, the body, and the soul. To walk through a Maya city is to see shadows and light moving together. Never separate, never in conflict. You imagine now the people of that world, their steps on stone plazas, their hands scattering maize kernels into soil, their voices lifting. Smoke toward unseen lords. Every gesture holds meaning. Every day, in small and great ways, acknowledges the truth they know well. Death is not the end, but the crossing into a deeper cycle. And as night falls on their cities, fires flicker in courtyards. The scent of incense hangs in the air. The voices of families quiet into prayer. The presence of Xibalba rests nearby, not to terrify, but to remind. For them, to live is already to walk beside the underworld, step by step, with reverence. The thought lingers. If death is only a passage, how differently might one hold life in their hands? Chapter 21. Echoes of Xibalba in modern Mayan, quiet villages across Guatemala, Belize, and the Yucatan. Echoes of Xibalba still breathe. Though the ancient cities of the Maya have long fallen silent, their stones overgrown with vines, the soul of their beliefs has not disappeared. It lingers in prayers whispered at night, in candles lit for the departed, in rituals performed for rain and protection. What once was written in glyphs and painted in codices now survives in the living memory of people who carry fragments of the old world forward. For the modern Maya, Xibalba is not just an ancient myth locked away in history books. It is a presence, felt in daily rhythms, a quiet reminder that life and death are woven together, that unseen forces continue to shape existence. The ancient lords of the underworld no longer dominate the stories told in every household. Yet, their shadows appear in rituals meant to balance the living and the dead, the fertile and the barren, the safe and the dangerous. On the Day of the Dead, families prepare offerings of food, drink, and flowers for those who have passed. In these acts, one can sense the continuation of beliefs that the journey beyond death is not an end, but a crossing. Souls are not gone. They visit, they receive gifts, they are remembered. Candles burn to light the way, and incense smoke rises like bridges between realms. Such gestures mirror the ancient pathways through Xibalba, where fire, darkness, and trials once tested the spirits. Some prayers offered to the earth still invoke hidden realms below the soil. Farmers, before planting maize, ask permission from the spirits of the underworld. The ground is not seen as lifeless dirt, but as a threshold holding both danger and blessing. To place seeds into it is to trust that life can emerge from a space associated with death. The same maize that feeds families was once seen as the very flesh of humankind, and its cycle of burial and rebirth recalls the passage through Xibalba itself. In certain healing practices, echoes of the underworld appear as well. A curandero, or healer, may speak of illness as an imbalance caused by forces dwelling beneath. To restore harmony, offerings of tobacco, copal, or food are made. These rituals recognize that the underworld is not merely a place of terror, but a place of power. It can harm, but it can also heal. What matters is respect, acknowledgement, and balance. Catholicism has shaped much of modern Mayan spirituality. Yet, within its framework, the old beliefs remain. A saint's image may stand in a chapel, but candles arranged at its feet, the offerings of food and drink, the prayers spoken in Mayan tongues. These gestures often carry meanings older than the church itself. The souls of the dead are prayed for not only as spirits awaiting heaven, but as travelers who may linger close, needing warmth, guidance, and remembrance in the highlands during processions for Holy Week. Figures of Christ and the Virgin move through the streets, yet the music, the rhythm of drums, and the weaving of flowers and incense echo older rituals tied to death and rebirth. Beneath the surface of Christian devotion lies a current that belongs to Xibalba, the recognition of suffering, passage, and eventual renewal. For many, dreams remain an intimate place where the old underworld still whispers. To dream of rivers, caves, or trials is sometimes seen as a sign of spiritual journeys. In these dreamscapes, echoes of the hero twins' descent can be felt. The dreamer, like Hinop and Xibalba, faces hidden tests, symbolic deaths, and quiet rebirths. Lives of those who still walk with them. You can imagine a quiet home. At night, a grandmother lights a single candle on a small altar, its flame dancing against framed photos of ancestors. She whispers a prayer, perhaps mixing Christian words with Mayan ones, asking for guidance, protection, or simply presence. To her, the candle is more than light. It is a symbol of connection, a torch that once lit the way through the darkness of Xibalba, now burning gently in her kitchen. Bridging worlds, caves, too, remain sacred places. To the ancient Maya, caves were gateways to the underworld, places where gods and lords could be reached. Even now, in remote communities, rituals are performed in caves with offerings of candles, flowers, or food. These ceremonies do not belong to the past. They continue in the present, keeping alive the idea that the earth is alive with unseen powers, that what lies below is not forgotten. For the Maya living today, Xibalba is no longer feared as a place of torment alone. It is woven into the natural order, the soil where seeds rest, the night where dreams open, the space where ancestors dwell. Death is seen not as final, but as movement into another stage. Life itself is a dialogue with what lies beneath. In this quiet survival of belief, there is resilience. Despite centuries of conquest, suppression, and change, the echoes of Xibalba still resound. They are not always loud, not always clear, but like a distant heartbeat, they remain steady, marking the rhythm of a worldview where death is never separate from life, and the underworld is not exile, but passage. The sacred continuity is fragile, yet enduring. In the flicker of candles, in the smoke of incense, in prayers spoken softly before planting, the underworld breathes. Its presence is subtle but real, shaping a culture that has learned to carry both ancient gods and new faiths in the same heart. And so the story of Xibalba is not over. It lives in gestures repeated daily, in rituals performed without fanfare, in words whispered that may not even name it directly. To listen closely is to hear it still, the soft voice of an ancient underworld echoing through modern lives, reminding that every ending carries the seed of continuation. Even now, in the stillness of night, the old belief lingers that the path beneath the earth is not a disappearance, but a crossing. Chapter 22. The underworld within the story of Xibalba lingers, not only as a place beneath the earth, but as something deeper, folded quietly inside the human spirit. The ancient Maya imagined it as a realm of trials, a passage through shadows, a testing ground for the soul. Yet, beyond the names of lords and the chambers of fear, it becomes something more, a mirror Xibalba is not only beneath the soil, it rests within the living heart. Each chamber, each trial echoes the challenges of existence. The houses of darkness, cold, jaguars, fire, they are not just punishments for the dead. They are symbols of what the living face in silence, in private battles no one else can see. The house of darkness is the night of uncertainty. It is the long pause before decisions, the hours when the future is unclear, when one cannot see the path ahead. The ancient story spoke of torches extinguished, of blindness forced upon the soul. In life, this darkness is felt as fear of the unseen. Every person knows its weight. The house of cold is the season of loneliness. It chills the spirit when community is lost, when warmth fades, when silence fills the spaces once held by voices of comfort. For the Maya, cold, stripped, strength away. For us, it does the same, not by frost, but by distance. By absence, the house of jaguars waits as a symbol of devouring anxieties. The sharp edges of the world that seem to circle, restless and hungry. They are fears that wait at the edges of the mind, ready to leap. In stories, they tore flesh. In inner life, they claw at peace. The house of fire is anger, grief, and transformation. Flames that destroy, but flames that also cleanse. It burns illusions, consumes what cannot endure. To walk through fire is to shed what holds one back, even if it is painful. These were not only punishments, they were mirrors. The Maya understood that existence itself carried these trials long before death. Xibalba taught that courage is not only about surviving death, but about living through life. In sacred texts and carved stone, the underworld was a space of danger, but in its reflection, it was also a guide. One learns that every chamber is not permanent. Darkness gives way to dung. Cold can be broken by the touch of another hand. Fire leaves behind the ash from which something gentler can grow. The hero twins showed this path most clearly. Their descent was not only for their own victory, it was an example that even in the heart of Xibalba, resilience can be born. They faced each chamber, endured each deception, and turned trial into passage. To the Maya, they became a promise that even the deepest shadows could not hold forever. For those who still carry fragments of this belief, the underworld is not distant mythology. It becomes a way to understand the weight of being human. It is a reminder that the unseen world within requires the same courage as the mythic realms. Beneath the earth, you imagine yourself standing at the threshold of such a place. It is not far away. It is the crossroads of thought, of choice, of change. Each challenge you meet carries the shape of Xibalba's chambers, though you may not name them. And each time you endure, you walk a little further through its halls in modern understanding. These trials resemble the struggles of the inner mind, the search for clarity, the patience through grief, the strength to quiet fear, the resilience to rise after falling. To the Maya, this was not weakness. It was the work of the soul. They believed life itself was a ritual, a preparation for passages beyond. Every hardship more meaning, every challenge was sacred. In this way, the underworld became not only a feared destination, but a teacher. The lords of Xibalba demanded respect, but in their trials, they revealed truth. The soul is shaped not by ease, but by the courage to move through shadow. And just as maize grows after the rains, life renews after the chambers are past. For the Maya, to tell these stories was not only to describe what happens after death. It was to remind the living that they already walk through Xibalba in their daily struggles. By remembering, they carried strength. The underworld within is vast. It carries chambers of silence and noise, of fire and frost, of hunger and relief. Yet it is not endless. Each soul moves, step by step, closer to balance. Perhaps this is why, across centuries, the story endures. It is not only a memory of gods and trials. It is a quiet truth that every person has their own Xibalba, and within it, the possibility of resilience, of renewal, of peace. As the chapter closes, you feel the weight of these reflections. The underworld is not distant. It is not buried beneath stone. It is the shadow beneath thought, the challenge in each season of life, the fire that purifies, the darkness that eventually softens into dawn. And in that recognition, a question lingers softly, not to be answered, but to be carried. When the chambers appear within you, how will you walk through them?